spoke about how his age has started to really
S.W.Frost
worry
is
him.
now
He
live
turned
streaming
60 in
satisfactory
2023
digital
and just
scammers
got him
counter so
wondering
far.
how many
Ooooooough,
more
Monday
games he'll
morning
be
it
able to
is.
make. In the end, he tries not to worry too much and instead reminds himself why he began making games in the first place. My ambitions expand as more things become possible. There's an effect of what's in my head expanding like this, and that's precisely why entertainment in this technology zone is so compulsive. It's limitless, and you never get bored of it. It's irresistible fun. Doki Doki Literature Club, a visual novel game set in a Japanese high school, traces its origins back to early 2015. Dan Silvato, who was going to college at that time, had been working on his first visual novel project for a while now. Despite multiple script rewrites, Dan believed in the core idea's potential. During this period, he came up with a radically different visual novel concept. He shared this new idea with his friend Corey, and painted a picture of a game that initially embraces all the typical romance tropes, only to subvert them with a twist that results in things being off. The game would gradually unravel, marked by eerie glitches and unsettling character behaviors, culminating in the revelation of an insidious character pulling the strings behind the scenes. Corey was captivated by the concept and encouraged Dan to pursue it. However, Dan's ongoing project already consumed all of his spare time. Nevertheless, Corey's enthusiastic response ensured that the idea for what would ultimately become Doki Doki Literature Club lingered in the back of Dan's mind. Fast forward a year, and Dan was still working on his initial visual novel project with the help of his friend Masha. By chance, Dan one day mentioned his parody horror game concept in conversation, and to put it lightly, she was enthusiastic. Both shared a vision for a more daring visual novel industry, one that wouldn't lean heavily on repetitive tropes. The idea of creating a game that poked fun at these conventions was natural.
Well,
Naturally appealing to them. Moreover, this new concept was more bite-sized and focused compared to Dan's ongoing projects. After giving
Kumara,
it some thought, Dan
welcome to
concluded
my
that
channel.
starting with a shorter project
Dobro
would be the
jutro.
smarter move. It would allow him to gain experience quicker and
dobro, to Crna Gora. Mi se igra Satisfactory, ali mogu drugu stvar da uradim bolju.
Radis Donas.
Naravno da radim. Pitaj me kad radim.
CAD.
U 1:15. 1:10, 1:15.
LOL.
Da treba da prekinem sve aktivnosti i krenem na posao. Da ti objasnim. Ne radim u 2 nego u 1:15. Jer ovo nije 23. po vek i ja se ne teleportujem na radno mjesto. Isto koji ti. Tako da. Da. Znači ti trenutno se voziš na posao, šta li? Pojma ne. Najmoguće da imaš ovdje da se vodiš odmor.
Ani Radim.
Radiš.
Da Imam. JBG. Prava Firma.
Šta god. Šta god.
Jo!
Here.
9006 igrača online, odlično. Ja sad mogu da probam da uradimo. So Survivor, LA. Treba u 3 meča da pokupimo šta god. Kako god da se to zove. Dobar je. Jeboj ih. Jeboj ih. Battle Pass koji se kilaviš dok ga uradiš. Da ima neke interesantne stvari. Tipa nađi 20 klavira ili 20 gramofona po mapi. Pozvoni 30 puta zvona. Na važno mjesto. Aki.
And use that experience to continue making better and more complex visual novels moving forward. Dan, born in 1991, underwent a significant personal transformation from his time as a kid to the person he is today. I was lonely, self-centered, arrogant, and didn't understand how to truly consider the feelings of others around me. I finally started to turn around a bit my senior year, but it took me a good few years after that to just chill out and learn to respect and appreciate everyone. I am extremely glad those years are so far behind me now. Growing up, Dan watched a lot of anime, with a particular fondness for slice-of-life anime. K-On! Stands out as one of his favorites. His journey into visual novels began in college, starting with Tsukihime, which left a lasting emotional impact on him. He was still contemplating the experience a week later, because he felt deeply connected to the story and how he was able to influence it as a player. Dan was hooked on visual novels from that point forward. Before the creation of Doki Doki Literature Club, Dan had already accomplished a lot in the gaming world. He was a professional Super Smash Bros. Player, renowned at one point as one of the top Melee Link players in the United States. Dan also contributed to the development of popular mods for both Melee and Brawl. Beyond his gaming skills, he is a creator of Franker Phase Z, a widely used Twitch extension that offers custom channel emotes, layout and chat customization, advanced moderation tools, and more. In 2015, he gained further
Jučer si izbrisao, te sam te pitam da gledamo Good Omens seriju, ali kako god. dok se oni zabavljaju. Evo uzem još jedan. Ti se igraš žmurke s njim.
Hickory. Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
Lurking.
Welcome, welcome. Battle Pass.
Early recognition for designing notoriously challenging Super Mario Maker levels, such as P is for Pain. It was around this time that Dan conceived the idea for Doki Doki Literature Club. If you, just like Dan, want to make games or develop other types of digital experiences, I highly recommend checking out boot.dev, which is this video's sponsor. Boot.dev is an online platform that has turned learning how to code into a fun and captivating RPG experience. They provide courses for the programming language Python and Go, so you can learn back-end web development from start to finish. Creating your own visual novel game will be within reach as well, since Doki Doki Literature Club was also made using Python. The platform is designed to make sure you'll be writing a ton of code, as the people at boot.dev believe the best way to learn to program is by getting your hands on the keyboard and completing projects. All the while you'll be earning XP.
Code by typing. Oh my god. No. Hell no. Only love is with us now, something warm and pure. Found the beast within ourselves, longing for a cure. The fire's torch away to see what runs. Oh, how pretty, all the scenery, this is nature's sacrifice. Ne želim da me kolut.
Levels and achievements by completing quests. Not everyone has the means to pay for a membership, so all of their content is free to read and watch in guest mode. A paid membership unlocks the game and all the interactive components that go with it. The whole reason why boot.dev is so engaging and efficient at teaching you how to code. Click the link in the description box and use my code ThatGuyGlenn to get 25% off your first payment for boot.dev. That's 25% off your first month or your first year, depending on the subscription you choose. Boot.dev, learn back-end web development the smart way. Now back to the video. During the course of development, Dan was inspired by a self-described love-hate relationship with anime. His mixed feelings about the cute girls doing cute things trope, which he views as both a strength and weakness in anime, significantly shaped his ideas for the game. His inclination towards horror was fueled by a wide range of emotional experiences he had with video games and technology that he describes as surreal or unsettling, or things that kind of get under your skin. Things that are scary because they make you uncomfortable, not because they shove scary looking things in your face. In an interview with Kotaku, Dan mentioned that Yuminiki, Eversion, and Irisu Syndrome are particularly successful at creating that type of atmosphere and served as a major influence. Creating quote-unquote disturbing content is a reoccurring theme for Dan, as he previously wrote a horror short story about a 19-year-old girl who commits a random act of murder, which was published on the website Thought Catalog. Other, more amusing influences came from childhood memories of feeling creeped out when the CD tray opened automatically when traversing between islands in the game Riven, and the disturbing grinding noise Dan's Amiga disk drive would make whenever there was a disk read error. In addition to crafting an unsettling atmosphere, Dan aimed to tell a story that could only be realized within the video game medium. He has always been drawn to games that offer such unique experiences, and his most memorable moments in gaming have come from titles that utilize storytelling techniques exclusive to the medium. He regards games like Riven, Portal, Braid, and Yuminiki as masterpieces because they fully harness the interactive nature of video games. These titles, among others, represent for Dan the epitome of what sets video games apart from other forms of media, making them truly special and exceptional. In Dan's view, these games immerse the player so deeply in the story that they become a fundamental part of the narrative, actively shaping and unraveling it, rather than merely controlling a character and letting the story wash over them.
Humara. Welcome to my channel.
Jebote, rudnik. Marsz! Ako ti cio pijati opojne supstance, a? Bouljamo ovdje.
Dan likes to say that fiction is communication. His whole life, whenever he had a profoundly emotional experience, his immediate desire was to share those same feelings and insights with others. He found that fiction seems to have this magical power of doing exactly that, transferring emotions and experiences from the creator to the audience, while also capturing the essence of those moments. This transformative power of storytelling is precisely why Dan is passionate about crafting fictional stories. Given Dan's extensive experience with anime and visual novels, as well as his insights into Western anime culture, it didn't take long to come up with a bunch of generic anime character tropes. However, refining them in writing proved challenging. The goal was to give nods to visual novel games that are genuinely badly written, while also preserving some level of authenticity that will make the game and its characters enjoyable. As mentioned earlier, Dan aimed to blend a fairly simple story that parodies visual novels with surreal horror elements. He intended for the satirical nature of the game to prevent players from taking it too seriously, setting the stage to then use that mindset against them by forcing them to rethink their relationship with fiction. He saw it as an opportunity to tackle some darker subjects, giving the story a more nihilistic vibe. During an interview, Dan clarified that nihilism, in his view, doesn't mean hopelessness. Rather, it means that you can forge your own path in life and focus on aspects within your control. Dan values that sort of
Wish that I could stay. Good, you know I got to go. Oh Lord, I wish it wasn't so. Say it tonight. Vai te brecador.
Slavko Jovanovic. Welcome to my channel.
Jel' tako, što ima?
Dobro jutro.
Dobro jutro. Kako ste? Jel' možda previše rano ili možda nije previše rano?
SRCESEK fa.
Pomalo. Će me neko ubit ko zec. Da mi je još jedan ovakav suicide run. Ode ti, vi. Nazvica pojma net. Moje taj project. Eto viš, taka čast. Meni fali oko 200. Možda kupiš ove stare, a možeš da čekaš i za novi kako hoćeš. Možeš da budeš cool momak i da kupiš novi, čim izađe.
Taj Sam XD.
Jebe mi sunce, ovaj lik ne obraća pažnju ni nešto. Da sam se zapaliti. Da li luci ti? Ovo ćeš da zatrepaš, a? On gleda desno. Kjera će gubiti. Drugi carry za tebe. Ovo je piši propalo. Da, antidošot. To će pomoći. Ubrala, pa tebe nije dobra. Aj, jao. Traje, a? Izađi odatle, idiot. Je li moguće? Of. A svašta majka rađa. Ovo je dno dno. Dno dno. Odatle, idiot. Je li moguće? Of. Odatle, idiot. O, majka rađa. A svašta majka rađa. Protiv ovakvih klikova mogu da idem nož. Move.
Kumara. Welcome to my channel.
Știm cum ară.
Nice, bro. I don't know where this fucking dude went. Good luck. I'm trying. Oh, someone beat. Yeah. I could have had it if I didn't interfere with this one guy. I think he snuck off to go get it too. This is the same guy I was fucking fighting. I don't have anything to fucking throw or anything. Is that door open? Oh, Whoa, what? Please tell me how much fucking damage did I even do on this fucking kid? I only did 132 and oh my fucking god. Yeah, he knew exactly where I was. See what his point of view was. I did see what his point of view was. Fucking knew exactly where I was. That's how it's been all fucking night. Past 3 fucking weeks, that's all it's been, is people knowing exactly where the fuck I am. This new UI fucking, oh my god, it's aggravating. Okay. just want to spectate the fucking kid. I don't know. I should have kept that fucking shit. Yeah, he knew exactly where I was. Oh, you're watching him? He's a bit sus. Yeah. I bet he is. I have a feeling like, you know how every game has its cheaters? I feel like Soul Survivor's like that game mode where all the cheaters go hide because they know they can get away with it. We came into a cheaters, me and my buddy, yesterday. The guy had all 3 packs. He had the lawful pack, the fuck, I don't even know what they were. I know it's the lawful, the out something, right? Oh, he had the Demented pack, the Wilderness pack, and the Lawful pack. He had all 3 of those perks. He was running in your general direction while you were creeping around. You were watching him? Yeah, he couldn't decide to pick him. But yeah, that was really weird, so we reported that guy, but whatever. Should we do short range or medium? Probably short range again. You were watching that other guy? Okay. Was that other guy a streamer too? No, of course. I'm a fucking 2-star in a fucking lobby with fucking 4 and 5 stars. Wonderful. Last guy was away from keyboard on spawn. Free kill. Well, I'm a 6K hour feller. Well, I was a 3-star, but just like 3 weeks of just dying constantly. Because all I'm getting is hit markers for whatever reason. I don't know why, but my gameplay hasn't changed. Nothing's on my end's changed. But I get nothing but hit marks, and now I'm a fucking 2-star. So whatever. It is what it is. But that's just really weird that I'm playing. Like, that's the thing that Crytek needs to fucking do. Is if you're gonna be a 2-star, you should play against 2-stars. There should be no 1-stars. There should be no 3-stars. There should be no 4 or 5 or 6. You should play against that ranking. That's it. But I'm just saying, like, there's definitely enough players that are 5-stars. There's definitely enough players that are that are, you know, 4, 5, and 6. Like, there's definitely enough players to do that. But if you're a 1-star or 2-star or 3-star, that's all you should be playing against. 4 is 4, 5 is 5, 6 is 6. But they would have had all the the UI wasn't as bad as it was, they wouldn't have lost their fan base. If they fix the UIs and servers are causing trades, at least 50k will play. I mean, when the new lobby came out, where the fuck is it? Oh, it's up there. I mean, when the update came out, like, it had a good following. And then, I don't know, the game's definitely changed. Like, I played it from day one, from the launch. I loved it. I didn't have a problem. But now all of a sudden, it's just, I don't know. It was saying on the map, 30 days, pick up right now. Oh yeah, I mean they had what, 2-3 other maps. Like, they gotta revamp them, dude. You know. Like, I get it. There's 3 maps, and this is the 4th, yeah. So, I mean, it's gonna take time to load them up, you know what I mean? Like, they gotta do exactly what they did to this, to the other games. Oh my god. Love you, bitch. I know you're above me. And you're over there. Didn't think he was that fucking close. Really didn't think he was that fucking close. Should've just fucking stayed right there. I'm an idiot. Fucking bad decision after bad decision. That's all I've been doing for 3 fucking weekends. I get it. I'm definitely ready for the new the other maps to come back, but I'm also ready for the, you know, the 5 stars and the 6 stars to stop playing in fucking 3-star lobbies. Patience, yeah. Can't be played, yeah. No, it's definitely the way it is. So, but like I'm all for like taking it slow and stuff. That's my play style, so I'll take it slow. But it's like sometimes too slow is too slow. You know, you go too slow. You like you're not gonna get the bounty. You're not gonna get enough clues. Like you know what I mean? Like you don't get to kill the boss and stuff. Unless you play in a lobby with other slow people, like a nighttime map. Nighttime map, generally a lot of people take it very slow because they don't want to make noise. But daytime maps, like, oh, I'm gonna go loud and proud. Fuck's the difference? This game definitely has its flaws, but something is definitely different in this game from the launch. They did something. I don't know what they did, but they did something, and it's not the same game. And quick plays for you, me personally, I would cut down bounty mode like 25 minutes. Still too long. Officially bounty mode. Lasted an hour. No, I'm saying like launch I had no problem. And like couple weeks after launch, like couple weekends after launch, because I only played on weekends, it was perfectly fine. It's just this weekend, last weekend, and the weekend before that, something has clearly changed. They did something, and it's not the same game. At least 5 or 6 years. No, I get it. I know the bullet drop was a nice touch. Makes it, you know, fair. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, maybe I need to take a break from the game. I don't know. I mean, when I first started playing, I've definitely gotten better because one, I'm not used to PC gaming. Like that's not really my forte. I'm more of a console guy, controller. I only started playing PCs because my friends want to play this, so okay, I'll play with you. At first, I hated it. I've been playing this game for almost a year now. Helldivers. Yeah, unfortunately, I never played Helldivers. Come here, boy. Somebody was fucking here. All I got is a fucking shotgun. I need another weapon. Peace. 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 Well, I don't do fucking solo games, dude. You can jump over fucking rocks, but I can't get up on the fucking ledge. It's chest high. 2MG to spread the Spectre shotgun. No, fuck. The multiple shot shotguns suck. Unfortunately. But that's the kind of shit that I'm fucking talking about. He's up on the fucking rock, but he can jump that whole fucking gap. But I can't get up on a rock that's chest fucking level. Makes no fucking sense, dude. Apparently a week-long break from this game is not good enough. I'll tell you now, if once I get the fucking battle pass full, probably not gonna play it for a while until the new maps come out. Or the maps come back. Probably when they're gonna change the UI too. Rock is deceptively too big. Well, what I'm saying is, like, the guy was that far away. You mean to tell me that he jumped that gap? No. He definitely did not jump that gap. And I didn't hear him get down either. That's the bullshit that I'm saying, like. in this game whatsoever. Poop at this game. Poop. And just my odds too. Like you're gonna spawn me right next to a fucking dude. Give me a fucking break.
Milestone reached. The assembler can produce more complex parts, including the first project part, smart plating, which is crucial for initiating project assembly. Project parts must be delivered to the space elevator. By completing your contracted duties as part of project assembly, you will definitely be helping achieve Fix-It Company goals without any other ulterior motive. Note, humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry about your inadequate crafting skill when compared to an assembler. Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
Everybody starts with melee. I would run melee though. You either gotta throw an axe or which is okay. No. Yeah, my aim is not good. Fucking eeks and cracks and it fucking gets me every time. Hello, Mr. Fire Guy. I saw you back there in that shaft. What? Shut up, cow. Oh, you would be up there.
Hard drive analysis completed. Alternative recipe selection available in the MAM.
Fucking B-bitch fucking me up, man.
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as Awesome. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly. In appreciation of this, we have generously set up an internal, closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency. Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the Awesome Resource Sink will grant Fixit coupons. These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Can't get on the roof, can he?
Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth, Seth. Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth. Here, Seth here.
Whoa, my
Wow.
fucking Christ. Where, bro?
Seth here. Seth. Seth here. Seth, 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 Seth here. Seth, Seth here.
Fucking God, dude.
Seth, Seth. Seth here.
That's what I'm saying, man. They all fucking know where I am at.
Seth here, Seth here.
But
Here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here.
I can never fucking find them, but they know where I'm at. Right, like... I'll play one more. I'm fucking getting off. Like, how did he know I was there? That's what I'm saying. And through a little tiny crack in the fucking boards too. Like, seriously? Play this fucking game way too much to know you're fucking angry. Spidey sensor, good chair. Yeah. Guess we'll go mid-range. Go mid-range, it's all I'm gonna get. It's all I'm gonna find is pistols. It's all I ever find. Start off with dualies and then I'll see nothing but pistols for like the first compound. First 2 compounds.
Here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, here, Seth, Seth, here, here, Seth, here, Seth, here. Here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, here, here.
I don't know. But thank you for the follow, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Seth, here, here, Seth, here, Seth, here. Seth, here, Seth, here, Seth, here, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, Seth, here, Seth, 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 here.
What can you do in life, gig lemons? Well, when life gives me lemons, I'll let you know. Always helping small time streams. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's definitely hard getting up there. But also, you know, the right game helps too. Like, I used to do the whole Call of Duty thing, and it's just, again, way too many cheaters, man. No, I know. Honestly, I don't want to be. I don't want to be partner. The only thing I really want is I want a good following, and I want like, I don't know, I'd say like 10 viewers, like average 10 viewers with active chatters.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for fix-it coupons at the Awesome Sync. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
Crazy, man. Like, some people just make it look so easy. Ooh, Gen Shot. Take you. What was that? Sticky bomb? Oh, I gotta go to those too. Fucking Christ. Are you fucking shitting me?
What the?
My fucking point exactly, bro. Look at that. Just happened to get up fucking high and knew exactly where the fuck I was. Fucking Christ, dude. Fucking hell. How many times does it take me to punch that fucking armored for one? Super resistant. Must be. Shit. Hit him what? 6 times? He still didn't go down? Thrown axe. Well, I didn't have a thrown axe, okay?
Hmm.
Not baby. I'll tell you what. After this one, after I die first round, I'll go play one melee. How about that? Like, where in the hell did that guy even fucking start with a fucking sniper? You know what I mean? Like, where do you even start? I don't know, man. Just this whole, like, first location death thing is starting to get annoying, too. I don't even know where I'm going. I guess we'll go back to the minery. it's not. It's fucking dualies.
Seth here. 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 Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here.
Like, everything sounds like a footstep to me, dude. Like, that's how crazy this is. I think bot field used to hope level such fucking. Oh, is that the gun I just had?
Seth here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here.
Oh,
Seth
okay.
here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here. Seth here.
Going through the mines. Look shit up. Gonna get shot. Gonna get shot. Oh, fuck you. See what I mean? This is what I mean by I can't find fucking guns, bro. Nothing but fucking pistols. Eh. Okay, I can't take those. Ooh, you get 3 of those fucking things? Okay, let's go. Oh, no. As much as I would like this. Where am I going? This way.
Leave Aux. Welcome to my channel.
No, please no.
CHEAP viewers on Octobot Pro site UAA.
Where are you? You were close, too. You were fucking close. Where are you? You were within 100. Oh, he out there. Right at the hole. Come on, stand up. I got one. Got one. It's pretty shitty, but I got one. Thank you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stay alive. I thought he threw the fucking hole though. I should have just kept running. Probably. I probably would have died anyway. I just don't understand how my first shot didn't hit. My whole crosshair was right on his body, and yet it didn't hit. Doesn't make sense.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song. The effigy has no song, only echoes, but is part of a river. Why does the effigy avoid the windows? Attention. Your brain's operations are outside typical parameters. Time spent daydreaming will be deducted from your sustenance budget.
Oh, he would have killed himself anyway. Easy. Yeah, I don't understand that. Look at that. Ready? Watch this.
Yeah.
Right on him. Missed. How's Hunt treating you? It's treating me like shit, Dragon Knight. It fucking hates me. Look at this. Ready? See that? Crosshair right on his body. Maybe? I don't know. Can't explain it. Die! Oh, somebody else is already blown up shit. Oh, Huron has a part hair. Who wants it first? Huh? Rawr. Oh, let's go, baby. Okay, you can just walk right in and shit. Fuck, bro. What is that? Packs. Ooh, packies. I don't have to worry about losing a shot. I'll keep the axe. I'm not much of one of a thrown axe here. No, I got my thrown axes. How's Hunt treating you, Dragon Knight? it's treating you a lot better than it's treating me. Somebody's already at the wellspring. He is a fan. Well, so much for that. What? Well, I got goo. Fuck you up, birds. You did. There we go. Gonna go with the flat mine. That was scary. Top level. Go hide spot. Somebody's gotta be here. Actually, well, fuck me. Oh shit. Gonna lead him down. The ducks. people just find better shit, dude. How did you even see him? I saw the area. But how are you gonna hit him right in the fucking foot in the tree, dude? It's a lucky ass shot. What do you mean in real life? Why are you hip firing from that far away, bro? See, I'm lost to this. Of course, all I had was a fucking pistol. Everyone else got fucking rifles and shit. Where are you from, anyway? Better be going without it. I don't think so, bro. They go. Such priority. Huh. Okay, well. Balkans? Never heard of it. Such as, Science Center right there. Yeah. Come on, bro, go get him. Do it in fire accuracy. Come on. Do it. Do it. Do it. I don't know if you can hear me. He's shooting a fucking armored You got screwed. You gonna get shit on right now. You're gonna die. Oh my god, bro, you're so oblivious. He above you, son. You gonna die. Yeah, climb the ladder. Do it. Yeah, fighting for his life, yeah. Come on, bro. He about to win. I'm satisfied now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm from East Coast. Yeah, he definitely missed. It wouldn't have killed him anyway. Bumped of the gun doesn't kill you in one shot. Doing it. He would have. He was already hurt. That would have shot him. He would have at least hit him. But he wouldn't have killed him. Alright, I'm back. No, that's my game time. Usually I don't really raid, but because I got you in here, I'll raid. I didn't know if you would raid. Related game, I have two. I like to try to keep the game going. We're done. Alright, well, it was a rough night. We all know this.
The effigies ripples through our temples, our veins nearly touch. He is shy, notes shall be taken and played.
From a certain perspective, your brain looks like it is processing language, but there is no auditory data. If you are hearing voices that are not mine, this is no cause for concern. It is a common side effect of extreme pressure and stress.
Well, we'll see. Just could be in a rut of the game. Who knows? So, again, we'll be here next weekend, Saturday night, Sunday night. We're gonna be raiding Everetta. She's one of the game's partners. And she's really good. I like her. She's cool. So, thank you for the follow. Oh.
Enjoy. I just never got around to it, and now I just spend all of my time playing Hunt in World of Warcraft. Spicy Shadow! Hello! Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Spicy Shadow, how the heck are you? What were you playing? What were you streaming? Tell me all about it. If you guys don't know Spicy Shadow, definitely go check them out. Show them all the love. Drop them a follow. All that good stuff. And for those coming in on the raid, if you don't know me, I'm Everetta. And this cute little pirate next to me is my bestie, Maury. We're hanging out in the mountains. We're having a great time. We just finished up the weekly challenges. We're doing some solo versus trios, and we're just vibing before I head out TwitchCon. So I'm very excited to get.
You know.
Seth, here. Oh, what a terrible thing it would be to be a Ubisoft employee and wake up this beautiful Monday morning. A severe case of the Mondays of astronomical proportions as Ubisoft is experiencing fallout with its own investors as their Star Wars Outlaws game is failing financially and their company's stocks are tanking. We're going to go through it today by first looking at Ubisoft stock prices on Yahoo Finance. I pulled it up. You guys have to see how their company has done during the entirety of their existence. In 2014 September, they were at 13 euros, or close to around that number, and since then, almost 10 years later exactly, they are now at the same price as their stocks have tanked, to which investors are blaming that on the quarterly revenue. But many people know that Star Wars Outlaws has a lot to do with this, as well as the
I don't think it's just Star Wars Outlaws. I totally disagree. I think that there's been a general decline in quality of Ubisoft games in the last 5 years. And I think that's reflected in the data. So when you see a graph like this, it's not like there's one point on this graph that caused it to happen. It's like the Prince of Persia games not being very good. The Assassin's Creed games, like Valhalla was very popular, but it's certainly not Assassin's Creed in the same way, right? And I want Splinter Cell. Yeah, Splinter Cell is like not really even a thing anymore, as far as I know. So there's a lot of games that have come out. Skull and Bones is another one. That game, I guarantee you, lost money. So this has been a pattern of behavior, and it makes sense that investors are getting fed up with it. I mean, if I was an investor, I'd be fucking furious.
Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy. It seems that this company cannot catch a break no matter what they do.
And this is the problem, right? Is that, like, you see the Assassin's Creed, like, and I showed this before. Like, if you look at the actual combat and gameplay from Assassin's Creed, like the very, very small snippets that they've showed you, it looks pretty bad. Like, if you look at the combat from Assassin's Creed, the game was very, very bad. Like, the gameplay and, like, the actual combat itself was awful.
Couple of days ago, it seems, when they had these investors meetings, when they were having these conversations on how to proceed with their games and their company, they took a nosedive. And one explanation provided by a user shows that it may be because the investors let it happen. As you can see here, on the 5th of September, the price was up to $14.70, and then it just dipped all the way down to $13.45. Now, of course, as usual, people love to buy into the dip, and then they were able to recover it about a quarter of the way. But we know how these things go. Even when it recovers, it will eventually take another nosedive if the trend is to be trusted. And the reason I say that is because it's happened before. A couple of days ago, it took a nosedive, and then people tried to help it recover but failed. And then it happened again prior with a nosedive.
It's people that are buying the dip, hoping that it's going to go back up, but it just keeps going lower. It's like you think you hit rock bottom and they just managed to keep on digging. Like, if the next showcase for Assassin's Creed doesn't go absolutely crazy, I could see it take another massive drop.
Dive, and then people tried to help it recover but failed, and that is a trend that you see repeat itself over and over, and it has gotten progressively worse ever since the release of the Star Wars Outlaws game. So let's take a look at this post from Dr. Circin Toto. I don't want to beat this to death, but Ubisoft stock in Paris is currently dropping another 9%. Market cap is down to 1.7 billion euros, or US $1.9 billion. And yes, Ubisoft is seriously going through it. Now, of course, this is a quote tweet from a previous tweet he made. Investors seem very disappointed about Star Wars Outlaws sales numbers and let Ubisoft stock crash. So this might actually explain.
The game just looked awful. I mean, it really, like, it just looked awful. And I think that's the real reason why it happened. I mean, like, losing 80% in 4 years is insane. It's unreal. Looked like DEI. It looked like the exact type of game that was made for people that like to be offended. And it was like made for Twitter, where it's like you can't kill the animals, but you can pet them. Like all of the characters are like super bland, and you can only steal from police officers. It's just such a such an obnoxious representation. You can't rob anyone? Yeah, exactly. It's like you can be an outlaw, but you can only do good things, basically.
Why Ubisoft took such a huge hit, at least financially from within its own investor
Modern,
circle.
safe dog
Shares
shit,
lost
yep.
over 10% combined in the last 2 days, so the company just slipped to under $2 billion in market cap in Paris. Ubisoft is almost at a 10-year low.
Can you imagine
now,
if you were invested in this?
Ubisoft was
I'd be
having
fucking
meetings
furious.
about this.
Yeah.
They were having meetings about how to proceed with both their games and with their business. And now investors
Well,
are...
it was just stupid, right? It was stupid. They should have... Like, I don't know what the idea is. Like, if you look at a Star Wars, like, if you go look at any Star Wars convention and you look at who's there, it's a bunch of guys. Like, you can't make a female-centric Star Wars story and then expect the same male audience to buy that game at the same ratio that they're going to buy the other ones at. Like, it's so crazy to me that such an obvious reality that any normal person can see that's evident and right in front of them is somehow, like, unimaginable by a multi-billion-dollar company. Well, not multi anymore, as we can see, but by a billion-dollar company. Unless she's hot. Yeah, unless the character is really hot. That's true.
5 goats, they won't miss one.
It's a bunch of guys with lightsabers. Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you mean? Like, of course, girls like Star Wars. There's plenty of girls like Star Wars, but there's way more guys. And if you look at guys that are, like, who's playing a lot of PC games? Guys. Like, you're looking action combat shooting games, guys are playing those fucking games.
Writing open letters to this company, not only asking for structural and strategic changes, but they're now asking for prices to be lowered, staff to be fired, and for the removal of the CEO himself. And you guys
Good. Good. That's what needs to happen. That's exactly what needs to happen. Yeah, get rid of the people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're wasting your investment money, and then replace them with people that know what they're doing. I used to work at Ubisoft. Was here the rest of the game. 2014, the Corpo suits took over. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's the case.
Have to see this story for
The whole stock
yourselves
is
so that you
crumbling?
understand how bad this is for Ubisoft. This is from Tech Raptor. Activist Ubisoft investor calls for strategic and structural change, and I've also seen this story on the Wall Street Journal, although I did not provide that story.
A lot of people
today.
have linked it to me
A company
already.
that serves as a significant minority shareholder. These guys have a lot of money in this company. Ubisoft has called for major structural and strategic change at the studio and has expressed deep dissatisfaction with Ubisoft's current direction. So they are not happy with what Ubisoft is doing, as well as millions of gamers out there. But hey, let's not listen to them. Their opinions don't matter. In an open letter to Ubisoft's board of directors, which CC's CEO Yves Guillemot and stakeholder Tencent, investment company AJ Investments criticizes Ubisoft's current performance and strategic direction. Now,
it's very obvious that there's something that's wrong. Skull and Bones was a massive failure. All you have to do is look at the game. I mean, it was a massive failure even if you look at just like, especially the design of the game. The game looked like shit, hardly anybody is playing it, and it probably cost over $100 million to make. So you have Skull and Bones, Star Wars Outlaws, and seemingly Assassin's Creed, all 3 of these games be total fucking dog shit, or at least presumed to be dog shit. That's a pattern. That's a yeah, and yeah, you've got it, Tank Jobs, exactly. Yeah, not a finished game. That's a fucking pattern right there. You've got to
Just so
change
you all
it.
know, AJ Investments is a hedge fund in Slovakia. So these guys are all about investments. They invest into anything. And in fact, Raptor here says that they are an activist investment company. AJ Investments says Ubisoft's recent quarterly results, which saw upcoming releases The Division Resurgence and Rainbow Six Mobile pushed back beyond March next year, have heightened its concerns about management's ability to deliver results for shareholders. So they don't trust Ubisoft to be able to deliver anymore. And now they're calling them out for that. They set out 4 proposals to increase the value of Ubisoft for all stakeholders. They include allowing Ubisoft to go private, selling the company, changing current management, and ousting Guillermo as CEO. They're like, get rid of this guy.
Bro, they just want to flip the board over. God damn. They have a Rainbow Six wheelchair operator. I think that's also another really big problem. And I do think that, like, it's definitely ideology first and gameplay second with these guys. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to use the game to, like, push some sort of, like, agenda. Like, why would you ever want to have a person in a wheelchair? Like, in what universe, in a Rainbow Six situation, would you want to have a person in a wheelchair? Like, it's such a ridiculous concept that, like, when you take a step back and you just think about it for more than a few seconds, you'd realize this is the stupidest, dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. It's so outrageous. Yeah, stairs are in the game. Yeah, how the fuck does that work? Right, only if he's a hacker? Well, even then, it still just doesn't make sense. And so it's about some sort of a message. Yeah, it's weird, man. And I think anybody can see this.
Ruining everything, and he's making us all go broke. The DEI initiative apparently is not working, or at least whatever strategic play Ubisoft has had in the works for some time. It's just,
I don't think that it's as simple as saying because of DEI, Ubisoft's bad. I think that, like, if you actually get down to the nuts and bolts of the gameplay in these games, the gameplay is bad. Like, the DNA of the game is bad. Yeah, you can say, oh, well, you know, it's a female lead character, so people aren't that interested. Sure, yeah, true. Maybe that is why. But if you actually look at the gameplay itself, it's also garbage.
has not been doing them any favors, especially in the money market. As for its reasoning, AJ investors say that Ubisoft is being mismanaged and that shareholders are currently hostages of Guillermo family members and Tencent who take advantage of them. So not only are they saying that the CEO should be ousted because of his mismanagement of the company, but they are also saying that they're hostages to him and his family who have control of the majority of the company. So they're saying his whole family needs to be gone. This is incredible, guys. The company goes on to say that it cannot understand Ubisoft's management strategy and that the studio seems more focused on pleasing investors rather than providing an exceptional experience for its fans. And this is something that
I think that's true. And that's what happens with any publicly made company, is that the company tries to like think really, really big picture and develop some sort of like crazy big new game. And they start trying to like, oh, who's our target audience? Well, this game is made for everyone. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so nobody's gonna like it then. Got it, understood. So yeah, customers are always right, exactly. And so I think that in the process of trying to like manage and like make as much money as possible for like the investors, they've done the opposite because they're not providing a good experience. Like a good experience provides money to the investors. Money to the investors does not necessarily provide a good experience.
Gamers have been saying for the longest time, for months, maybe even years when it comes to Ubisoft specifically, that this company has no idea how to handle its video games, it has no idea how to handle its fans, and it has no idea especially how to handle criticism. And criticism is one of the biggest things that they have had to endure. AJ investors claim that many of the studio's IPs, including Rayman, Watch Dogs, and Splinter Cell, are being underutilized. And I agree with that. When is the last time we had a Splinter Cell game? That's right. A year before Ubisoft stock prices started to go up.
Yeah,
Splinter Cell
I can't even think of that.
has not seen a title in over a decade, ever since the last one that came out in 2013. But there are other games that Ubisoft is neglecting in order to push games like Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows, games that are riddled in controversy of different natures, different types, and are being scolded.
Well, I think the problem that is that like a lot of the developers think that their view on the situation is more accurate than the public's view on the situation. And so because they can categorize the people that don't like Assassin's Creed Shadows, for example, as like, oh, well, they just don't like it because they're racist or something like that. that doesn't make them like it. And so the problem is that these people are coping and they're saying, well, you know, they shouldn't think like this. They shouldn't, like, this is terrible. They shouldn't be able to say this. But that doesn't actually change people's minds. So what ends up happening, yeah, everybody else is wrong. Yeah, if you say everybody else is wrong for long enough, well, then you're not going to have anybody that's paying attention to your content. So it's that simple.
I beg you.
Yeah, so AIDS, yeah, I think that's what's really happening. Is that they're not actually listening to what the customers want, and nobody at the company is holding them accountable to that, because doing that would be empowering a voice of a group of people that they consider to be bad. So it's basically like, we have this problem, we know this problem exists, but if you speak on the problem, now you're the enemy. And I think that's what's happened. Like, that's exactly what I think has happened. Some wannabe renegade investor group, they're looking for a headline and own less than 1%. Well, I think that there's a lot of investors, like, I mean, does it really take a lot of brain power to assume that a graph going down like this would warrant people being concerned? I think that obviously they're concerned. Yeah, of course. Let's not notice the elephant in the room. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the real problem. And they're not taking that feedback and providing a product that the customers want, because they think that their view on the product is more important than the product itself. Or actually, it's more important than the customer's view on the product. And if they have a product that is like a moral superior, that then customers are like obligated or something to buy it.
Vilified by gamers everywhere, and now the stock prices are dropping, investors are panicking, and requests like these are being made. The company does, however, say that Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown was merely okay. Yeah, I guess it was okay. I've never played it. I have played the other Prince of Persias because I actually love the original games, but that nobody talks about the game anymore, which is also true. I don't see anybody talking about it. That's probably because it's a single-player game everyone's finished, guys. Not every game needs to be headline news every day of the week, which I also...
Retarded argument. Fucking stupid retarded argument. That's not true at all. People are talking about Elden Ring all the time now, still. People are talking about Baldur's Gate all the time now, still. People always are going to be talking about the game. Do you want to know the real reason why Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown didn't succeed? There's two reasons. Number one, it wasn't on Steam. Number two, it was too expensive. And also, there is a number three, where side-scroller and Metroidvania-style games are not viewed as AAA products in the consumer's eyes. So I played this game, and I thought the game was actually quite good. I thought the game played very well. It was enjoyable. I liked it a lot. But the reality is that it was $60 on release, and the other games inside of this market are just simply way more than that. Or sorry, way less than that. Like, look at Blasphemous 2. Look at Hollow Knight. Like, all of these games, like, if you go to market with a game like this, and your game is of this way higher price, well, then you're really not going to sell anything. It's not AAA, yeah, but people expect that level of quality. If you're asking people to spend $60, they're going to be looking for a AAA experience. And I have no problem paying $60 for a Metroidvania game, but it's very clear that other people did. And I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but it was not on Steam. So, like, you had to download an entire new program, like Epic Games. Like, you're massively nerfing your product by putting it on some other platform like this. I don't want to download it from some other platform. Like, there are a lot of games that I just don't even play if they're not on Steam. And it's not that the Epic Games Launcher is, like, really that bad, but it's that it's worse. The Epic Games Launcher is 100% worse than Steam. And by the way, that's bad. It's bad. It's in everybody here's best interest for the Epic Games Launcher to be as good as Steam. Because that way we have a competitive marketplace where obviously competition will breed excellence and it will improve the products that we have. So it's very problematic that Epic can't get their shit together. The game was $40, I just looked it up. Oh, it was $40?
I need more essence.
I think that you could have been right, but they had an early access for $60. I could have been a little bit wrong on that, but even $40 for a side-scroller game like this is just not what people are looking to do. You can't even send messages to people on your Epic friends list? Yeah. Epic won't have reviews on purpose, so it's automatically a worse platform. Yeah, people just aren't... Like, Steam is a platform that puts its users first. Epic is a platform that puts developers first. So, big surprise. You have a lot of developers that like Epic and a lot of customers that like Steam. But the problem is that people forgot who actually controls the market. The real people that control the market are not the developers, it's the players. The players have always had all the control. The customer always has all of the power.
Agree with, and they have provided the letter with these requested changes that I'm going to read through just a little bit so that you can have receipts to share with all of your buddies. But further on into the letter, AJ Investors proposes several ways by which Ubisoft could improve its performance and its standing with shareholders. They include taking the company private for a fair price, as well as laying off staff, a procedure AJ Investors rather callously referred to as optimizing staff levels. So they're like trying to be super friendly when they say, fire all these people. They're making things worse. Other recommendations include refocusing on core IPs and another call for changes in management. This letter comes after industry analyst Serkan Toto, which is the guy I just referred to, pointed out last week that investors seem very disappointed about the sales of Star Wars Outlaws, with shares dipping 10% in just 2 days. So I think there is validity to the claim that
anybody could have said this was going to be bad. Like, and that's the problem, is that they clearly have a direction with making these games, and it's like with Outlaws especially, it was astonishing to me that people, like, after playing the game myself, I was really shocked that anybody thought it was good. Like, even like just the combat, like the melee, the cinematics, like everything about it was bad. How did you let this happen?
Impressive.
Just let this thing die. They're
crazy,
letting it die because
like,
Ubisoft isn't listening during earnings calls, and because gamers have lost complete faith in the company as a whole. Toto followed this up with another post today, noting that stocks had fallen another 9% in Paris. So these stories do coincide, and I didn't actually know that until I read this paragraph right here. But we're still going to move on to the letter. So great job, Serkan Toto. Great job on that reporting there. And we're going to take a look at this letter that I have pulled up for you all to see. So 9/9/2024. So this was as of today, maybe even just a few hours ago, to the board of directors and members of committees Ubisoft Entertainment, and they did indeed CC Mr. Yves Guillemot, CEO and chairman of Ubisoft Entertainment, and they CC'd Tencent Holdings. So everyone is going to be reading this letter. The CEO gets to read the letter in which they ask for him to be fired. So he's probably...
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, like, if you... The thing is, the stock lost like 80 or 90% of its value. How do you lose 80 or 90% of your value and then try to stick around? Bro, you fucked up. Get out of here. What are you thinking? Like, that's crazy. Probably saw it coming.
Panicking. He's like, how dare they write such nonsense and then send it to me? The nerve, the gall, the audacity. Dear members of the board, dear fellow shareholders, as a significant minority shareholder in Ubisoft Entertainment via AJ Investments and our partners, we are writing to express our deep dissatisfaction with the current performance and strategic direction of the company. The recent quarterly results, which included the postponement of key games like Rainbow Six Siege and The Division into the 2025 lineup, and a lowered revenue outlook for the Q2 2024, have heightened our concerns about the management's ability to deliver value to shareholders over the long term. Share price of Ubisoft had decreased by more than 40% over the last year, which is horrible for a video game.
That's 40% after another 40%, right? It's not like this 40% was the first one. Woke investors, it's not really about woke investors. I actually think that it's something that is systematic with the company. I think that they're probably making too many games and they're spread too thin, because they're releasing so many games, and so many of their games have quality issues or some sort of quality control problem. I think that's what's really going on. It's woke employees. Well, I think that there's definitely, like, that definitely does matter. It does, because it's going to give people a bad impression of the game if they look at a comment section and the comment section is saying the game looks bad. That's a huge, huge issue. Like, basically, it seems like the public has rejected both Star Wars Outlaws and Star Wars the Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, a lot of people in the public have pretty much rejected this. Like, very, very, very negative. It's like Ubisoft even, it's gotten so bad that Ubisoft even put out a statement about Assassin's Creed Shadows.
I'm not ready.
Tonally, it's too woke, and gameplay mechanics do zero innovation. They just repeat the same formulas. Yeah.
company as big as Ubisoft compared to rise of its competitors and
I need more
indexes,
time.
and there have been a lot of companies as of recently that have taken to the skies with their revenue on their video games that they have made. Black Myth Wukong, hello.
Yep.
But they say this letter consists of following points. Take Ubisoft private or allow it to sell it to strategic investor. Ubisoft valuation, why we believe Ubisoft is great, undervalued company and should be worth between 40 to 45 euro.
It's not worth 40 to 45 euros. There's no way. They've done so much damage to their reputation. And also, I think that if you have a company that makes bad games consistently, the odds are the reason for that is because the people that work at the company are bad at their job. And I don't think that it's an issue like, yeah, you're right that management always takes accountability for issues. But if you want me to be honest, I think that a lot of the people that are probably working there are incompetent and they don't know how to make a good game. It's obvious that they don't. So yeah, I mean, I see it's not a one guy problem. Yeah.
Share our concerns about the future of the company and our proposals. So they say,
I think, like, look at Blizzard, for example, right? Like, Blizzard has such a massive disadvantage now because of how much controversy and how many negative, like, games they brought out and how much negative press they've had. So now they're fighting an uphill battle with every single release that they do.
I need more
And
time.
I don't think people understand or take into account, because it's very hard to quantify, the amount of value that consumer satisfaction and people liking you has. They can't just cut it? Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like, basically every single game, your end consumer audience has an overall negative opinion of your games. And you can see this with any Ubisoft trailer. People are very, very negative with these games. And guess what? It causes them to lose a lot of fucking money. Because the strongest form of advertising is word of mouth. And the next best thing to word of mouth is seeing what other consumers are saying. And so you look at the reviews, the games aren't on Steam. You're just never seeing anything good about Ubisoft. That's what it really comes down to. At the end of the day, you never read anything good about Ubisoft anymore.
private process by PE firms or Guillemot family plus Tencent at fair price. Allow sale process as we are in discussion with investors to fight against Guillemot family with so-called proxy fight at extraordinary shareholder meeting. Change of the current management. So they say start hiring process of new CEO who will optimize the cost and studio structure for more agile and competitive company as Ubisoft should be. I want to say that number 3 is probably the most brutal request in this entire list because
that's also the most accurate and probably the most effective one. There's a reason. There's a reason why. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, word of mouth is king. It is. No, 100% this is the case. Should fire Bobby, the crew. No, what I'm saying is, like, I think that Elon firing 80% of Twitter's staff and then the website maintaining basically its functionality, I think that really showed a lot of other people in tech. We don't need all of these people. We don't need to do this. It's wild. Yeah, exactly. And so I think that a lot of companies, like, I don't know if you guys work at a company like this or have worked at a company like this, but I feel like things in the same way, it's like gravity, right? Like something that's really big just tends to like bring in more things that are really big. And I think that what's happened with Ubisoft is that they've just continued to like grow and grow and grow. And at this point, there's too much redundancy. There's probably a bunch of people that are on the staff that have jobs that don't really add a lot of value to the product. Large companies move slow. Yeah.
The CEO that he should be removed and then sending it to him, that's just so insulting, but kind of hilarious. But it also says to the rest of the company that they think the CEO is not optimizing the cost and studio structure. They're saying that he's doing nothing with the company, that he's not doing anything to improve it, and that he needs to be gone. Now, this is the guy that said that Star Wars Outlaws was going to be an incredibly successful video game and that their marketing campaign for it was going to be astronomically and beautifully executed. But it appears that after all was said and done, it was nothing.
Man, that's crazy. Why would you say that? I mean, it's just, is there issues for weeks? Yeah, exactly. Like, wow. Nice Millennial Awards, off by a decade and a half. Yeah.
nothing but a fizzle in the wind. We will use the French minority law to collect enough shareholders to start proxy fight and initiate sale process of Ubisoft to increase shareholder value for all shareholders. So they're saying that we're going to take this to the next level. AJ Investments are going to try and start a battle of the shareholders, if you will, so that they wield enough power in order to sell Ubisoft as a company. So they're going to try and force sell the company in an attempt to put Ubisoft.
I don't think they're going to do that, but I think that the leadership does need to be replaced. Yeah, they're probably not going to force a sale or have the company go private, but I think leadership will get replaced no matter what at this point. And I think that if Assassin's Creed is like badly received and people don't like it, I could easily see what we know as Ubisoft now to change dramatically. I don't know exactly what that means, whether that means like the company would get split up, bought by somebody else. Like, I don't think it's going to crash and like they're gonna just like delete the company. I don't think that's what's going to happen. But one more failure like this, and I can't really see them recovering from it. Yeah, I can't. I mean, there's just been too many failures in a row, and I just, they're done. Yeah, I mean, how do you do that? Last chance? Well, like, whenever we, like, make jokes about it's Blizzard's last chance, it's really funny, right? But the truth is that if you look at Blizzard stock, so value research, let me see if I can find it, share price, if it has any information about this. So this is whenever, obviously, the company was sold. But if you look at over, oh, fuck, it might be hard for me to see. Yeah, if you look at the actual revenue of Blizzard, it went up massively. So Blizzard is actually an example of, like, Blizzard has gotten a lot of negative press, but that negative press never actually amounted to a negative impact on the business. Bobby brought in the money. There's a reason why this dude could have been on Epstein Island. He could have been, you know, threatening to have his assistant killed with like a recorded conversation, and none of that mattered. And the reason why is because of this graph right here. Ubisoft does not have that. That's the difference between something like Blizzard and Ubisoft. Is Blizzard has a very bad reputation and they're making money despite that. Ubisoft has a very bad reputation and they're not.
CEO in their places. So Ubisoft valuation, we believe that Ubisoft is a great company developing, distributing, and selling video games. Ubisoft has long-standing history with providing great experience for players all around the world. Their IPs such as Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Tom Clancy's Just Dance, Crew, Rayman, and others are extraordinary and can attract millions of players over time. However, we believe that Ubisoft at current valuation is deeply undervalued and should be worth between 40 to 45 euro per share. But I think that this is the cream.
No. It's not. I bet that a lot of the people that made the games that made Ubisoft really successful, like Black Flag and like all of the old Assassin's Creed games, Prince of Persia, stuff like that from like the 2000s, those people probably don't work there anymore. Like, a company isn't really anything, right? A company is people. And so if you change the people, it's fundamentally not the same company, even if it has the same name. So Ubisoft that used to be worth $45 to $50 per share, or whatever they're calling it, 40 to 50, 40 to 45, that company doesn't exist anymore.
Of the crop right here. This is the best part of this open letter to Ubisoft. It says that Ubisoft at current state is mismanaged and shareholders are hostage of Guillemot family members and Tencent who take advantage of them. Management is focused on pleasing investors with beating quarterly results and not focusing on long-term strategy to provide exceptional experience for the gamers. I think that this is incredibly ironic. Coming from a hedge fund company like AJ Investments, they're even saying that Ubisoft is prioritizing quarterly results over the satisfaction of gamers. So they're like, hey, you guys are supposed to be gamer pleasers. You guys aren't pleasing anybody, though. You're just far too busy getting money. It's just so funny that it's coming.
Well, the funny thing is that it's the opposite, right? It's like they're trying to squeeze it so hard that they're actually hurting it, right? Like, now it's like they're trying so hard to make money that they're causing themselves to lose money.
these people who are a hedge fund.
That's what's
Even
happening.
they see that Ubisoft is doing something horribly wrong, and they're calling it out now. And AJ Investments is no small company. They are pretty big. Now, they do have a minority shareholder value, but it is significant as stated. So even though the majority shareholders probably have a ton more, these people still have enough of a claim to the company that they can say things like this and have an impact, and it really is having an impact.
Well, I mean, like, you've got to be fucking crazy if you think that anybody else who's an investor isn't thinking the same thing. Like, if you had a stock and it went down 80% or 90% in like 8 years, of course you would want to have a reason for that. Absolutely. Like, you really think that this isn't something the other guys aren't thinking? Of course they are. That's their fucking money.
Which is concerning. But this goes far beyond just trying to remove a CEO or his family or trying to gain control of a company. These people go as far as accusing this family of amassing control to sabotage future partnerships and to enrich themselves with shares that they buy at a really low value in order to maintain the control that they've had for so long. And this information is coming out really fast. It says right here that we believe the Guillermo family and Tencent are discounting potential value of Ubisoft in order to buy more shares at lower valuation and eventually take full control of the company at heavily discounted valuation. We value the great work that has been done by the Guillermos over the decade in the Ubisoft, but now is time to move on and restart the business with new shareholder approach and new management CEO. They do go on. By talking about February 1st, 2023, when the Guillermo entities acquired more than 4 million shares of Ubisoft with the money from Tencent. In our view, recent delays of certain titles there are creating uncertainty amongst investors is beneficial for Guillermo and Tencent.
It doesn't matter. Like, it's always better to delay a game. Like, I know a lot of people think that's bad, but it's totally okay if you delay a game. This legit happened with Long John Silver's recently. Yeah, of course.
To acquire more shares at even discounted valuation, as Ubisoft is currently trading close to €15 per share, lowest point since 2015, giving Ubisoft valuation less than €2 billion. So these guys up at Tencent, this family Guillermo, who are apparently branched into other things as well, these four brothers, are trying to attain full control of this company so that they don't have to do anything with it, so that they don't have to make any beneficial partnerships with any other companies that want to invest in it. Funny enough, one of those companies that they mention is actually Blackstone, which I'll point to in just a second. But they assume that because of Tencent and Activision Blizzard, that they may use this as a tactic to get minority shareholders under the stress. The Guillermo family and Tencent owns more than 25% of shares, 29.63%.
I mean, even if they don't, I don't really see this being a I don't really see this being a solvable issue with like what their products are. Like, it doesn't matter who really owns the company. At the end of the day, like, if you're delivering a product and people don't like the product, that's it. That's the issue, right? It doesn't matter if you're delaying it. Like, Suicide Squad got delayed, and it was still garbage. There are other games like Black Myth Wukong got delayed, I think, twice. Elden Ring got delayed twice, but it was still really good. It still sold very well. None of that matters if the games are good. That is the bottom line, because that's what the company is about. I think that a lot of times people get involved in like the process of the company or things like that. But what really matters more than anything is the actual value that the company is giving the end user. And that's why Steam is so popular. It's because Steam focuses entirely on the user experience and what the user is getting out of it. Good product sell.
The voting rights of Ubisoft,
That's the bottom
as the table
line.
shows below. So what AJ Investments plans to do is to take the remaining 70% of the shareholders of the company, the minority shareholders, based on their talks with other shareholders, they believe that they will have enough voting power to challenge the Guillermos and take the company from them completely so that they can transform it. Which brings us to an incredibly interesting portion of the argument that they are presenting here. They say that because of the management and governance that Ubisoft has been failing horribly. The control exercised in September 2022 by Tencent and the Guillermo family has effectively blocked potential acquisitions and partnerships that could have been beneficial for the company and its shareholders. And that's because the Guillermos have been buying the dip repeatedly. More recently in 2022, private equity firms such as
I don't even know why they would try to do that. Like, it doesn't even make sense considering the direction of the company. Yeah,
they
it's
are
silly.
in Blackstone.
Just make good games,
expressed
exactly,
interest
yeah.
in acquiring Ubisoft, but were unable to proceed due to the existing agreements that prevent any single entity from gaining control without the Guillemot and Tencent's consent. So that's it. They purposely sabotage beneficial partnerships with other companies that want to invest, and then once the share price starts tanking because people start losing faith in the company, the Guillemot family and Tencent will buy at a very low price and then amass even more control over the company. So eventually they will have full control, and AJ Investments picked up on this. They caught them in the act of trying to do this, and now they're trying to stop them. This is crazy, dude. But look at what's been happening to the company over the last 10 years. Look at what's been happening to Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows. Look what has been happening as these people keep pushing DEI, for example. Everything that they do, everything the Guillemots do with this company, they fail. And before people start saying, well,
I don't think that, again, I think DEI is a component to it, but I don't think that it's even the main component. I think that if the game played well, that you can always find examples of games that have the same type of DEI, but it's a certain type of attitude and writing and design that comes together to make like the perfect combination of a very unfun and unenjoyable game.
At least they said no to Blackstone. That doesn't mean that these people are any better. Look what they've
it's
done
like
to the
it's
company
entirely
and what kind of
like all
games
the way
they
down.
release. They may not be partnered with Blackstone, but they're certainly pushing what Blackstone wants 100%. This pattern of blocking potential acquisitions has prevented much needed restructuring and revitalization that will benefit all the stakeholders of Ubisoft, and AJ Investments has recognized this because now they want to take the company from the Guillemot. They must think that things are really bad at Ubisoft. We must not be seeing the entire big picture with this company and how in bad straits they truly are. And we are going to find out over the next few days how bad this really is, because I'm sure that people are going to start picking
You're not going to find out until Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out. As I said, if that game comes out and it's not successful, I could easily see it like cutting the stock in half again. Because it's just at that point, you just have so many fuck-ups in a row. I don't see how you can recover from that.
This open letter, which actually has a ton of information that spans from them describing the drops in stock prices over the last few years, amongst other things, operational efficiency, etc., etc. And this letter goes all the way down. It says that we encourage all the minority shareholders to contact us and support our initiative, and then they provide the email. Sincerely, Jiraj Krupa, AJ Investments, and partners. So these guys are going to town on Ubisoft. They're ready to take over, and they've provided sufficient evidence to try and convince these shareholders to take their side and to buy this company. Ubisoft is in the middle of a war between itself and the people who invest in it, and the people in charge have been gatekeeping this company from having any kind of beneficial partnerships. And to be honest with you, that really does make a lot of sense when you think about how poorly their stock prices have been doing lately, and they just keep going down. Even after Star Wars Outlaws was released, this company's prices have been going down. It has not made a recovery. And there's a good chance
that... Well, of course it's not going to make a recovery. Why would it make a recovery? Like, there's no reason for people to, like, randomly get faith in the company again. It doesn't even make sense. Of course not. Yeah, there's no reason for that. Ubisoft must go down. So many good franchises. Yeah.
The company might not actually recover at all. And if you really take a look at everything that the Guillemot have done for this company, they did good for a minute. I don't know how long they've been a part of this. I assume since almost the beginning. But really, the company's price has gone down to below the point that it was at before September 2014. Ubisoft is in trouble, and AJ Investments is like, hey guys, you see how badly this company is doing? Let's take over. Let's change this company from the inside out. Now, if they take over and then they give it to Blackstone, I really don't think that anything is going to change. But regardless of which side you take in this investment war, one thing is for certain: Ubisoft is in dire straits. They are doing terribly, and gamers
are... It's crazy to me because, like, I see people that I think they like the... I think, like... It's crazy how ideology can cause people to completely neglect reality. And I'm seeing people all the time talking about how Ubisoft is actually doing really well. And like how like it's actually not bad that you can release multiple games that are massive failures in a row. But no, this is absolutely not like Ubisoft isn't Ubisoft anymore. Exactly, yeah. Like, you can't keep doing that, man. Who?
I need
There's a
more
lot of people
time.
on Twitter that are talking about like, oh, Star Wars Outlaws actually did really well, etc. And even because like they can't lie on their investor reports, right? It's like legally against the law. And so they had
need
to
more
say
time.
that they expected lower sales. And I think that was the beginning of the end. Twitter never have been the majority. No, they're not.
Seeing it happen in real time. And
I'm
that is
not
all I've got
ready
for you guys in this video today. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you haven't had the chance to like it and share it with your friends, that would be awesome. And hey, if you're feeling ultra spicy, consider subscribing to my channel so that you're always up to date on what kind of thing I've got
I
going
need
on.
more
I look
time.
forward to seeing you all in the next one. Later. Meow meow.
Okay. Well,
So
just a minute. I'll talk about this for a few minutes. I think a lot of this video definitely seemed like just a straight up investor dispute, right? Like it wasn't just entirely about the games and the products. It was about who's owning the company and how control in the company is
I
being
need more time.
exercised. And I think that's also like, that's very different than, let's say, I don't know, like the game being bad for like one specific reason. I think it's something that's like, let me turn this down a little bit so I can talk.
I'm not ready
Yeah.
yet.
Raymond will save Ubisoft? I don't think so. And interesting to get a view of this angle. Well, like you have to assume, like if you are a big company and you lose 80% of your fucking stock value, you bet your fucking ass that somebody's head has to roll. I would be shocked if at the end of like after these releases, you don't see a massive change up or big layoffs or something like that. Because you just can't have failure after failure like this. A minus 80% is crazy.
I'm not ready.
And again, like you can compare this. People always compare with like Activision Blizzard. Very, very, very bad comparison. Activision Blizzard was maximizing profit. Bobby brought
I'm
home the
not ready
bacon,
yet.
and this Guillermo guy or whoever the fuck it is, isn't. He's not. Assassin's Creed will succeed. Here's what I think. I think Assassin's Creed will be probably it will be a successful game, but it will be the lowest version of success that you could potentially have. And I think that also, and this is another comparison I want to show you guys. So this is something that's actually observable with Path of Exile. And so if you look at, for example, a lot of the leagues like Lake
I
of
need more
Calandra
time.
was a league that was received a lot worse than Sanctum. Sanctum was perceived much better than Lake of Calandra. But Lake of Calandra had a higher player base.
I'm not ready
And
yet.
then if you look at the Crucible League, which was perceived very well, and again, look at the high peak there. Well, that's because of how well the Sanctum League did. And so what happens is that a lot of game purchases have a ripple
I need
effect
more time.
that if the last purchase was good, then the next purchase will be better. And if the last purchase was bad, the next purchase will be worse. And I think that's
I'm
what's
not
happening
ready
here.
yet.
Is you're seeing that delayed effect go into Assassin's Creed, and you're seeing that with Star Wars Outlaws even. So because consumers, they buy one game, they don't like it, well then they don't buy the next one. You're severely underestimating the popularity of Assassin's Creed. Every Assassin's Creed game has had their stocks go up. Here's the problem though, is that let's say the Assassin's Creed game has their stocks go up, but the proportion is lower than any other game. Like any other previous Assassin's Creed game. Wouldn't that really make you worry? I'll link you guys the video, by the way. Give it a like. I think that he brought up some good points
I
here.
need more time.
Even though the majority of this does seem to be a shareholder dispute. And also Assassin's Creed is going to be following like a massive
I'm not
budget.
ready yet.
So like, yeah, they've got to make the most money off of Assassin's Creed because that's where they're spending
I
the
lack
most
the
money.
required essence.
So I think that's what's going to happen with a lot of cases.
I'm not
This reminds
ready
me so
yet.
much of Bungie and their future move with Destiny 2. We just saw the stocks. Yeah, exactly. And so if Assassin's Creed is going to be successful, the truth is like Valhalla was a very successful game. And if you look at the response from Assassin's Creed Valhalla, if you go back and you look at, for example, like the launch video or the announcement video for that game, you'll see almost
not ready
everybody
yet.
who was positive about that game. People liked Assassin's Creed Valhalla. People were excited for it. I don't see that same excitement with Assassin's Creed Shadows. I just don't. And I think that's a huge fucking problem. So yeah, Assassin's Creed will probably do much
I
better
need
than
more
Star
time.
Wars Outlaws, but It's like if you know that your biggest hitter still isn't a home run, even if it gets you to first or second base,
more essence.
I'd want to change teams.
I need more
And
time.
that's the point that I'm making. Is that even if Assassin's Creed does do well, it doing well does not mean that they're out of the woods. Going full throttle, either ideology or milking money. Valhalla was liked after the fact. It had bad reception before launch. I don't know. I remember seeing a lot of people be very positive about Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I was excited until they gameplay over. And I don't think you guys understand this.
I need more time.
Like, I don't think that you understand how bad this really is.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm gonna remind you. And this is the best showcase, by the way. This is as good as it gets. Sound?
Who do you think you are? For the people? I am justice.
Uh-huh. Sekiro from Wish? Wu Long was better than this. Like, look at, for example, watch this at 0.25. Wait a second. Sorry. Watch the way the animations work.
What's left, you ask?
Barely even hit him. Get ready. It's jank as fuck? Yeah. What was that? You see that animation? Garbage. And here's the worst part, is that this is the best part of the video. Watch this. This is the biggest joke I've ever seen. Get ready. Get ready. Here we go. Man. So bad. I want to go back. And I really like showing things in like super slow motion so you can really see how bad the quality of it is.
I'm low on essence.
Because like again, nah, this is so bad. Yeah. The trees don't cut at the right place. Some of them do, some of them don't. Compared to the old Assassin's Creed games. Talk about the AI, it's a joke. Yeah, look at them. They're not even doing anything. The screen randomly turns gray. It's hitting them. It doesn't even make sense. Is this from 1990? It looks like it's from 2009. And it's like just the combat in this is just awful. I don't know if they've shown any other gameplay. Like the stealth gameplay, I will tell you this. I think the stealth gameplay in this game is fine. But it's also like, is this really... So I think about, I compare this experience with like my experience in Sekiro, going up to fight you know, the Miraki Counter guy, like, this is like kind of the same type of environment, right? Where you go back in time. Is it better than that? No, it's not. The Ghost of Tsushima? See, I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima. See, look at that. Oh, what? And look, by the way, look at this.
I need more time.
We're going to go back to 0.25.
I'm not ready yet.
She's invisible. You can see he's looking directly at her. Can't see shit. You could easily see somebody like this.
I need more time.
She literally walks up to him without him activating. Direct line of sight. Anybody could have seen that.
I'm not ready yet. I'm low on essence.
She's crouching, so she's invisible. Yeah, I know. I played Star Wars Outlaws. I know that. That's pretty bad. Yeah. Sound? There's no reason. I don't want to watch the sound. It's the same as something like this. Wow. Wow.
I need more time.
Metal Gear had better AI 20 years ago. Yep. And so let me see if I can show some more combat. That's really what I like to show.
I need more time.
There's a cinematic for that? Yeah, why is there even a cinematic for something like that? Doesn't even make sense.
I need more time.
And like, this is kind of fine.
I need more time.
What was that? I don't know. Sound is important. It makes it even worse. They put hip-hop in feudal Japan.
I'm not
well,
ready
this is
yet.
different. I'll play the sound just so you guys can hear it.
I'm not ready yet.
You're there! Please!
Oh,
Help us get out of here!
He's coming. I need to hide.
And all these like mini load screens like this, right? It's like, cause this really is just a mini load screen. It's like Starfield, you know, like whenever you sit down in the ship. It's so weird.
More time.
Actually, I don't think, yeah, load screen is not the right word to use. I guess just cinematics.
I'm not ready yet.
Let me see if I can show some more of this.
I need more time.
Samurai with Mace, that was cool. Yeah, to be fair, that was good.
I'm low on essence.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, so anyway, I just like, I can't see anybody looking at this game and seeing what the responses are. And like, if I look at this, who are you? I am good guy. Bravo, incredible writing. There's no way they gave Yasuke hip-hop music, bro. The fact that they put hip-hop music as Yasuke's battle music, even though he was not African-American, should tell you everything you need to know about Ubisoft. Yeah, I think that's basically, I'm seeing if there's any actual combats on the gameplay. Or any actual, like, comments on the gameplay. Yeah. Remember, never pre-order Ubisoft games? Wow. Oh my fucking god. I don't even know what to say. Redditors? Yeah, I guess so. Reminds me of Tenchu Z. Well, I don't know really what that is. That's a stupid point to bring up the music. I don't think so. I think it's, it just goes to show that they're kind of, what do you call it? It's like, I feel like it's patronizing in a way, right? the Japanese comments. People are so sensitive nowadays. Well, I think that, like, so, and this is the point that I'm making, is that a game that has, like, for example, Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of things that people would perceive as DEI, but because the game is authentic and it's a good game, people don't care about it and it doesn't matter to them. Like, Elden Ring has things like they use body types instead of male and female, and so you could see that as being woke. It is woke. It's stupid. There's male and female, and that's it. Those are the two characters you can make. Everybody knows it, but we have to pretend like it's not. Like, what are we doing? I think it's stupid. Yeah. So, but that doesn't really matter if the game is good. I think the problem is that Ubisoft games on the surface look like woke DEI trash, and when you dig deeper, you find that that's only the tip of the iceberg. And I think that's what's happened. Is that that's not even the beginning of the problem. What do you mean? I'm a body type 2 orc hunter. We get permabanned on Reddit for saying that. Oh, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, this is clearly, like, it's so obvious that the body type 1 and 2 are male and female, right? Every normal person knows this. Why is it that body type 2 or B is always having its chest covered? It's because it's women and men. That's the reason. And why is there always only 2 body types and there's not more than 2? Like, it's such a, I feel like that difference is probably the biggest indicator of just stupidity. Just straight fucking stupidity. Because it's so obvious, but nobody can say it. Because of the sliders or how it's done, right? Mental gymnastics otherwise? Yeah, it's massive mental gymnastics. Why do you care, though? Only semantics? Because they changed it. Because they care. If they cared enough to change it, then I should be able to care enough to change it back. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's fine. And it's that simple. Why do they care? Yeah, I mean...
need more time.
Yeah, you're not going to trivialize that. That's not how it works. Exactly, a stupid argument. Why do you care? Yeah, a lot of people say that, but it's obvious that they're the ones that care because they're the ones that are changing it. The world is shit because we didn't care enough. Well, I think that's starting to change. You can use that same argument to condone slavery. Yeah, of course. There should be 16 body types ranging from my 600-pound life to anorexia. To be fair, Elden Ring does give you a lot of variation, but that's generally the way that I see it. Yeah, I can see this game absolutely having a negative impact on Ubisoft. Nothing about this looks good.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
The elderly, truly some of the most terrifying creatures in the entire Warhammer universe, because they spend their entire day skittering through the forests like an osteoporotic centipede while using strange ingredients to conjure dark magic. And even if you are their ally, there's at least a 50% chance they'll forget this and shoot you with a crossbow. But we won't have to worry about that, because today we are the elderly, and we're going to be trying to survive the apocalypse. And no, I'm not talking about a flight of stairs. We're up against a vampire apocalypse, except this time I've installed a mod that increases its difficulty by 1000%, which inevitably results in this. There's only going to be 2 rules to win. We must 1. Assassinate Vlad von Karstein, and 2. Protect Kislev at all costs. If at any point I lose this city, I will delete the save before detonating my explosive vest, which will instantly vaporize myself along with my 200 square foot apartment. But before we begin, I have a question for you. Have you ever felt like your paintings were somehow inadequate? Like they lack the strength and certainty of cold hard steel? Well, look no further, because this video is sponsored by Displate, a company which sells premium branded artwork printed directly onto a sleek, smooth metal canvas. You want this item, and I'll tell you why. Because it's not okay to cut down an entire rainforest just to decorate your room. Trees are alive, and they have feelings. You know what doesn't have feelings? Rocks. We're gonna go to war with the rocks, and we're gonna make so many high-quality metal posters out of them, it's gonna be absolutely nuts. You'll be able to get whatever you're passionate about. Neo-Japanese, 18th century Spanish artwork, even Warhammer, it's all there. And the best part? They're going to be super durable. In fact, I like to use my Displate as a ballistic shield. Legally, that's not a suggestion, just a personal preference. Additionally, Displates are incredibly easy to mount. No more slamming holes in your drywall. Simply put the sticker on the wall, attach the magnet to the sticker, attach the Displate to the magnet, and luxuriate in the bliss of high culture. Also, don't forget, each Displate is a collector's item. That's why I hang mine up with the plastic wrap still on. So what are you waiting for? Click the link below and use my discount code to get some Displates for up to 35% off. And your order should reach you within 4 to 5 days directly from Europe. Thank you, Displate. Now back to the video. Alright, here we are on the bleak coast. I know it may look like the site of a nuclear detonation, but don't be deceived. It's actually much, much worse. Because to our north are the Dark Elves, our east, Dark Elves, and our south, yes indeed, Dark Elves. Being surrounded by this many slimy freaks has increased our chances of being victimized with a strap-on by upwards of 90%, and I don't like those odds. So I decided to start proactively killing my neighbors. After a few turns, we had made our way down the coast to a battle at Arnheim, where several elves intended to massacre us. But what they didn't realize was that I had already recruited a deranged leper who has conditioned a flock of crows to attack his enemies. The crows pecked and clawed at our adversaries, weakening them substantially and allowing my small collection of spiders to overwhelm them. This is but a fraction of the power you can unlock by becoming senile. Speaking of which, Mother Estonkia has a small but formidable sweatshop called the Witch's Hut. You see, when we defeat an opponent, we gather magical trinkets from them, such as their teeth and sometimes even their spines. We can then combine these items at the Witch's Hut to generate powerful buffs for our units. For example, by combining a rotting femur with an elven skull, we can create a consumable that causes our soldiers to explode on death. After giving this item to a group of inebriated farmers, we have effectively converted 120 men into 120 mobilized bricks of C4. The best part is that the more of these trinkets we create, the stronger we become, unlocking new and powerful hexes, which is good, because if we want to have any hope of surviving Armageddon, we're going to need Estonkia's final and most influential hex. But that's a long ways away, and the fastest way to get there is by killing a lot of people and harvesting their body parts for arts and crafts projects. So let's continue. With the first faction of elves defeated, we can now begin some infrastructural renovations. Personally, I recommend destroying the Earthen Hollow, because all it does is let you recruit spiders. And I know bug maxing may look cool and fun, but it's not, and it sucks. So we're replacing this with the only building chain you need in the entire game, the Eerie Woods. This allows us to recruit Akshina ambushers, which you will soon realize are absolutely broken. But for now, I need to communicate with my neighbor, and the only language I speak is violence. So I declared war on Marathi and invaded her territory. She attempted to stop us at the Petrified Forest, but remember those Akshina ambushers? Yeah, well, they have the stalk ability, which makes them functionally invisible, and I also unlocked Snipe, which allows them to fire without revealing their position. This combination enables them to stand 20 feet away from someone and shoot them in the side of the head without anyone even noticing. Anyway, I used this technique to slaughter most of Marathi's army, and whoever survived was eventually ground to dust against my meat shield of Eastern Europeans. Truly a horrifying death. Much like a small child doing battle against a steamroller, the Dark Elf military was flattened, at which point they sent us a message begging for peace, and I took that personally. So I divided my armies up and violently acquired the rest of their property. But for each action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and in this case, it took the form of a horde of men covered in feces marauding their way through my territory and burning my cities to the ground. I wasn't prepared for this. this, and by the time I stopped them, my economy was devastated. So I had to start getting creative to make money. For example, I sailed across the ocean and attacked Count Noctilus for the crime of violating a restraining order that existed exclusively in my head. The simple act of beating a waterlogged corpse with a hammer had apparently made me a hero among the High Elves, and I was able to forge an alliance with Tora Nok and sell them back their own settlement for 1700 gold. Not too bad. Around this time, my armies also started doing this weird thing where they would move at superhuman speeds on the campaign map. I don't know how to explain this, but it is equally frightening and convenient. In other news, we engaged in a quest battle against some Skaven and Nurgle warriors, and I'll just summarize it by saying they didn't bring enough missile resistance. By defeating them, we acquired some magical ingredients, 9,000 gold, and we unlocked Astankia's second hex, Coven's Curse Mark. This allows us to target enemy armies on the campaign map and drain their movement points, effectively stun-locking them for 5 turns. Between this and the ambushers, you should be realizing that this faction's existence is predicated entirely on the merits of being a scumbag. Anyway, all of this killing has drawn the attention of a new Kislev hero, the Golden Knight. She's a melee specialist that also has a number of support auras for nearby soldiers, but most importantly, she looks very, very cool. So we recruited her to Astankia's army and prepared for our next move, which is to go from here to here. But how will we do that? Well, if our sweatshop can produce enough gift store trinkets, we'll receive a quest battle to unlock our next major spell, and we can use that to teleport to Kislev. I just need more ingredients, and I think I know where to find them. I declared war on the Sisters of Twilight and structured my whole military philosophy around not fighting them in their god-forsaken settlements. That's just a moral stance I take because their maps suck, but we can't always get what we want. Don't worry though, I'll tell you exactly how to get through this. Simply enter the battle and leave your Akshina ambushers right here. Place the game on triple speed and go smoke 5 or 6 cigarettes. By the time you come back, all of the elves will be dead and you'll be addicted to nicotine. This tactic allowed Astankia to girl boss her way through the remaining Wood Elf territories, which unlocked our next quest battle. This quest is, on paper, very easy. We're working with one gang of Wood Elves to kill another, and as a supporter of elf-on-elf violence, I was positively thrilled. The issue is this gigantic dickhead needs to survive. I tried to protect him, I really did, but he displayed a mind-boggling amount of suicidal tendencies. For example, he spent the entire battle standing perfectly still and letting enemy archers light him on fire. This caused him to die and us to fail the quest, which for some reason killed all of my ambushers. To put it simply, I was pissed. 5 turns later, we tried again, and it went much better, because I successfully disabled the archers by running over them in a toboggan and hitting them with every spell I have access to. Clearly distraught by the fact he couldn't grief me anymore, my tree man ally wandered off into the forest by himself, leaving me alone to defeat the remaining enemies, and honestly, I was relieved. After a fairly messy battle, we came out on top, unlocking Astankia's teleportation ability. I was pretty hopped up on the high of killing wood elves, and in this frenzy, I quickly teleported my main army to Kislev. Perhaps sensing this, our Skaven neighbors declared war on us back at home, launching attacks in the north and the south. I responded with 2 different tactics. In the north, I used my hex to stunlock the enemy general for 5 turns and make him watch as I captured all of his territory. I believe he could appreciate this tactic because, much like the Skaven, it was absolutely filthy. In the south, I intercepted their army and used one of our most powerful trinkets, the Whiff of Madness. By putting this on an enemy, it causes them to suffer a psychotic break, during which they'll spend the entire battle running around in circles until they tire themselves out and give up. I just so happened to have like 15 of these trinkets, so I put them on every unit I could, including the enemy general. We still had to kill a few people just to prove a point, but the trinkets made them so acutely insane that they forgot how their weapons worked, which is why their flamethrower squad is currently frothing at the mouth and charging into melee combat. As you may imagine, this tactic was less than effective. Now back to Kislev. Immediately upon exiting the portal, the first thing I saw was a wood elf, and before I could think, my reflexes kicked in, causing me to declare war on their entire faction and eviscerate thousands of non-combatants. Honestly, they shouldn't have put me in a self-defense situation like that. Alright, so we're here in Kislev and it's kind of a mess. We have mutated rats, sadomasochistic orcs, short people who are not coping well, and a man who probably spends his spare time luxuriating in septic tanks. Truly a sick and twisted assortment of characters, and they're all trying to destroy our capital city. Right now, it belongs to Katerin, but honestly, I really don't trust her. So I'm going to confederate her faction. The only issue is, she thinks we're a bunch of losers and doesn't want to team up. I tried everything to impress her. I massacred 1,700 wood elves. She didn't care. I slaughtered over 5,000 orcs
orcs, still nothing. I even tried giving her settlements, but yet she ignored my advances. That's when I took the biggest black pill of all and realized the key to getting the girl of your dreams is not to improve yourself, but rather to make her worse. So from here on out, I started focusing all of my resources on making Katerin lose the war. If we can make her start losing, she just might become desperate enough to accept me into her life. So how can we sabotage her empire? Well, I started by using my teleportation spell to relocate Katerin to the middle of the desert. With her main army now in a sand dune 1,200 miles away, I figured she may be nervous, so I offered a defensive alliance, which I then used to force her into several wars with her neighbors. The pressure was mounting, but she was still holding her own with a second army, so he had to go on vacation as well. Finally, this caused her to start losing ground to the Chaos Dwarves and Skaven, which is when I graciously offered to confederate our factions, and of course, she accepted. Gentlemen, I believe this form of emotional manipulation is what the autistic youth are calling Riz. So, we now own all of Kislev's territories, which immediately put our income at a very impressive negative 8,000 gold per turn. But after abandoning the North African division of our military, we were back to being profitable, very profitable. This influx of income and military infrastructure allowed me to finally start building armies that weren't just a bunch of Slavic men in explosive vests. I spared no expense. Winged hussars for cav charging our enemies, artillery platforms drawn by polar bears, and an entire army of Ice Guard, which, if you put them under Katerin's command, are actually cheaper to use than even the drunkest and most chromosomally compromised commoners. This might seem like a lot, but we're going to need it, because when we confederated with Katerin, we inherited all of her wars, and Azazel, Throt, Astrogoth Ironhand, Archaean, and Festus are all looking at me in much the same way a dark elf looks at a kindergarten.
He's pulling his cock out!
Unsurprisingly, the next 10 turns involved us being molested, but eventually we managed to stabilize our borders and start picking off our enemies. The first and most immediate threat was Azazel and his army of kinky warriors. They started beating the hell out of me along the west coast, and I have to say, being beaten up by Azazel is especially humiliating, because you know he's not just hurting you, but he's also extracting sexual gratification from it. Disgusting. However, we struck back. For example, I made this trinket that I could put on his spellcasters, and it gives them about a 40% chance for any spell they cast to backfire and blow their head off. With Azazel's commanders taking the Kurt Cobain challenge, I was able to wear down his armies and move Astankia to his capital city, which was defended by Azazel himself, along with an army of sexually liberated deviants. Actually, never mind. I just teleported them to Orion's camp and steamrolled their fortress. That takes care of the Ecstatic Legion. While this was distracting me, Throt took the opportunity to rush our capital city with two pretty nasty armies, and with that, the first major defense of Kislev was underway. Our towers made pretty short work of the first army, but they did manage to blast a hole in one of our walls. Normally, this isn't so bad, because you can just block it with some infantry, but they have Gorich, and nothing in my entire roster can block Gorich. So he spent the next 10 minutes at the east wall turning my infantry into a human variant of mashed potatoes. Meanwhile, Throt attacked us to the north. Piss-soaked bullets peppered my battlements, while hordes of filthy rodents scaled the walls. Throt himself crashed through the gates with a posse of mutated rats and started wailing on Katerin, and judging by the pile of mashed up dog food that has now replaced her face, she's losing that battle pretty bad. Luckily, Throt is losing his battle against my 4 squads of archers, and once we killed him, his units started to scatter, only to be stalked through the streets by my frostworms. Not long after, we won the siege, and with the main Skaven armies destroyed, there was nothing stopping me from auto-resolving the shit out of his capital city. This left Clan Molder in some kind of vegetative state, still technically alive, but so impotent that no one would take them seriously ever again. Back at home, a faction of Dark Elves decided to take a break from their busy schedule of hanging around playgrounds in a trench coat in order to declare war on me. So I shot them with a lot of cannons, and they asked for peace on the next turn. Back to Kislev. With Throt and Azazel defeated, I was able to link up my armies and castrate Astrogoth Ironhand using the medically correct device known as a flintlock pistol. Unsurprisingly, this procedure diminished his enthusiasm to continue the war, and as I stood there hyperventilating with bits of Chaos Dwarf dripping from my bloody knuckles, I realized something. The amount of peace treaties we receive seems to be directly proportional to the number of Chaos Dwarves that we club, so I continued to use Astrogoth as a punching bag until I had convinced everyone to leave me alone. The only holdout was Festus. I know Festus may look like a little piss baby, but he's actually quite dangerous, so I teleported in some reinforcements. However, he was waiting for that, and he absolutely slaughtered us. This was an army full of artillery that I had just recruited, and losing it made me briefly consider crushing the cyanide capsule in my back left molar. But before I had the chance, I was interrupted by this. Oh. Fuck. The vampire apocalypse has started, and it's so bad that despite being one of the strongest factions in the game, you can't even see me on the balance of power. After this happened, Festus and I looked at each other in bewilderment and quickly settled on a peace agreement. We're now in a difficult position. We need to kill Vlad, but he's nestled in between like 25 other vampires, and if we overextend ourselves, they could rush Kislev and make us lose the campaign. But on the upside, I've spent the last 15 turns outfitting my armies with the latest Eastern European technology. For example, Yevgeny Turin has an army of over 2,500 pet spiders, Ostankia has an army of vaguely civilized Gopniks, and Valentin has a formidable front line along with several cannons. Altogether, we're ready for anything. So, what's the plan? Well, Vlad is being very defensive, and he seems to be fixated entirely on this settlement. So I took 4 of my armies and flanked them around to the west, while Ostankia stayed behind to defend. In the west, I encountered some of his auxiliary forces, and they were very well equipped with a variety of undead monstrosities, but there is one very key ingredient that he does not have access to: gun. Using our superior firepower, we blasted our way down to Schwarzhaven and captured the city. From here, we do a little trolling. Since we control a settlement in the same province as Vlad, I can use a purification chant to cleanse the entire region from all vampiric corruption. After doing this, each of his armies started taking attrition damage for not being in vampiric territory. If we can just hold them off long enough, their entire military will crumble, and then we can swing in, beat the hell out of Vlad, and be back home in time for traditionally delicious jellied meat. The only issue is, this little maneuver pissed them off pretty good, and they attacked Ostankia with 3 full armies. Fortunately, I've prepared for this moment, because I have accumulated an extensive stockpile of grotesque trinkets, which I began liberally distributing among the attackers. Every opposing commander is now violently insane. The infantry have a 100 DPS curse that is contagious. Oh, and minus 20% movement speed on your cavalry? Don't mind if I do. By the time I was finished, I had applied about 45 debuffs to the enemies. I load into the battle and notice that about half of the vampire's units are already in rampage mode. That's exactly when I began edging. They attempted to organize their forces, but this was made considerably more difficult by me blowing their heads off with a crossbow. Eventually, they assembled something vaguely resembling a military formation and started shambling across the field towards us. My front line is equipped with axes and flintlock pistols, and we started wearing the vampires down on approach. But eventually, they overwhelmed my gun line through human wave tactics, and the melee began. This first wave was an absolute slaughter that lasted around 10 minutes and burnt through about 70% of our ammunition. Thankfully, it got easier from here. You see, they have thousands of reinforcements, but there's a limit to how many units can be on the field at a time, and since they already have 1,500 soldiers dicking around in frenzy mode, they're only getting a slow stream of actually lucid soldiers to attack us with. Given this, we were able to slowly digest his entire army over the next 30 minutes, and that's when I stopped edging. After this battle, I pulled Ostankia back to Fort Chikova to recover. She's in rough shape, but at least the entire vampire military is slowly decomposing. Actually, no, they're not. They appear to be taking refuge at Castle Tempelhof, which is the only vampiric province left on the map. But that's alright, because I've got a plan B. You see, we finally have our quest battle to unlock the most powerful spell in the entire game. Malediction of Ruin is a single-use ability that nukes an entire faction, hitting their armies with massive attrition and depopulating their cities. If we nail the vampires with this, it's a death sentence, and all we have to do to get it is win this quest battle. Honestly, I'm going to consolidate this battle a lot, because it pretty much boils down to us being attacked by 5 different undead armies one after another, each led by a necromancer, specter, or banshee. After shooting said necromancer, specter, or banshee with 1,700 crossbow bolts, they promptly died, which caused their army to physically dematerialize. We did that 5 times in a row, casted a few big spells to clean up the leftovers, and before long the battle was over and we had unlocked our new spell. This was it. 100 turns of empire building, tens of thousands of casualties, and a whole garage full of weird body parts. It all led up to this moment right here, where I apply the Malediction of Ruin to Vlad and wipe his faction off the map. My hand tentatively hovered over the button as if I was about to melt a bunch of Japanese people with a nuclear weapon. I clicked it, leaned back in my chair, and it didn't work. I waited about 5 turns, nothing was happening. Vlad still had like 20 full stack armies and his cities were absolutely fine. It's safe to say I was more than a little upset, but it's okay because I always come prepared with a plan C. Before failing failing catastrophically, plans A and B relied heavily on attrition, which is why you may be disappointed but also unsurprised to hear that Plan C is again about attrition. You see, I've been very effective in containing Vlad to Sylvania, and at this point he has only 2 settlements, Castle Drakenhof and Eschen, but since they don't have vampiric corruption, his armies aren't defending them, so all I need to do is destroy his last 2 cities, at which point his faction will begin to dissolve. The first target will be his capital city. I besieged it with 4 full armies, and was somewhat shocked to be greeted by a crushing defeat auto-resolve. After starting the battle, I realized the problem. Vampire castles appear to convey a debuff of negative 70 leadership on all of my units. For reference, most units don't even have 70 leadership in the first place. This resulted in half of my army immediately deserting me, with the other half being as emotionally stable as your average League of Legends player. I don't want to sound like a diva, but this was bullshit. Which is why I had no problem using my own variety of immoral strategies. If you're going to terror rout my entire army after 5 minutes of fighting, I'll spend those 5 minutes destroying your walls with cannons and pelting all of your soldiers with frozen arrows. And then, when I'm forced to retreat, I'll come back and do the whole thing all over again because I've refilled my ammunition. I had to do this 4 times on the same turn before the vampires were so horribly disfigured that they just kind of gave up. Only one more city to go. I passed the turn with victory in my eyes and triumph pumping through my veins. And that's when we were presented with a unique opportunity. We need to kill Vlad to win, but for the past 20 turns he's been in some kind of witness protection program. But right now, he's out of position. All that's between us and him is 8 vampire armies. So I gathered up my 5 stack and began barreling down on him. Fortunately, I was able to auto-resolve the first 4 armies, but the next 4, which included Vlad himself, weren't so easy. For this, our final battle, I would have to rely on my hundreds of hours of tactical knowledge to implement the most ingenious battle strategy imaginable. Or, I could just set up all my units in the corner like a filthy degenerate. Obviously, I did the latter. You might consider this to be in poor taste, but all of my armies are half dead, I burnt through most of my trinkets, and if we lose this battle, I'm going to commit an honor killing on myself. So I don't have much of a choice. Optimally, we all survive, but really, I don't care. As long as we can assassinate Vlad, I'm calling it a campaign victory and taking a handful of random pills in celebration. The battle started with the undead organizing their forces. In response, I sent a delegation of Bulgarians to remind the vampires that I hate them. This initiated the Great Undead March. Vlad led the charge by absorbing 700 arrows to the face, but his regeneration was keeping him in the fight. Fortunately, I've got some more tricks up my sleeve. For example, as the legions of ghouls crashed against my lines, I pushed forward my incarnate beasts. This allowed the enemy units to gather around my incarnate, which gives me the perfect opportunity to cast every vortex spell in my library. The Witch's Cauldron is a new one, and it's very powerful, but in terms of raw efficiency, Heart of Winter is absolutely unreal. Every time I'd cast a spell, the balance of power would shift in our favor, but the vampires have an ungodly amount of reinforcements, which would push it right back. However, we also have reinforcements, including an army of 20 spiders, each one armed with the Explode on Death trinket. I had them skitter across the map and begin dive-bombing the enemy from behind. This helped me free up the left flank and close in on Vlad, who is now sporting about 7 debuffs and substantially less health than he would prefer. Eventually, my Frost Worm was able to beat the life out of him, thereby securing our moral victory. But the battle was still raging on, and my front line didn't exist anymore. We did have a late resurgence thanks to this trinket, which allows my soldiers to transform into gigantic bears when they get low on health. But over time, they too fell to the hordes of the undead. I stared off into the sunset as the final remnants of my army crumbled before me, waiting patiently for the defeat screen to greet me. This was the definition of a bittersweet battle. We did kill Vlad, but paid the ultimate price for it. Fortunately, the allies of Order rally in support of us, and to them, I leave the rest. Mostly because it's 5 AM and I don't have time to kill 20 more full stacks. So that's going to be it for this video. We've weaponized child labor, old people witchcraft, and Slavic customs to save the world from a vampire apocalypse. Thank you to the channel patrons, our sponsor Displate, and finally, thank you for watching.
I'm not dying. Don't get me wrong. I'm not dying. Pretty bad.
My parents for having me without my permission. But I just want to make a couple of things clear here. So my parents that I sued, they contributed to, conceiving me, and my mother that raised me, she gave birth to me. And that's why I sued them, because I did not consent to being here. Like, I was unaware that I was going to have to grow up and get a job to support myself, and I just didn't consent to that. They didn't try to contact me in any way before I was born to see if I actually wanted to be here, and that's why I sued them.
Oh, wokies, wokies, wokies. And to think that it only gets worse from here. Anyway, don't forget to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, and turn on your notifications so you don't miss out on more of these spectacles. Ready, set, let's groan.
My point is, Riley,
I'm not ready
I understand how hard it is to be a woman, and you fought so hard to be a woman, and I have so much empathy with that, so I can understand why it is so upsetting when in your view, someone who isn't a woman comes along and says they are, because it undermines all of the history of what women have been through. Yes. But that's not a trans woman's fault. That is men's fault. Men are the problem.
I need more time.
Not Dylan, not trans women. Men are the problem.
Let's get this straight. The reason why trans women feel the need to occupy women's spaces is because of the men who are not even involved in the situation. Actually, no, men are involved. The ones in wigs and makeups, vlogging their days of girlhood. And stop bulging your eyes, buddy. They might fall out of their sockets.
Okay, but you're still saying these kids should, not be accepted because they don't really fit in either place? They can't just,
I'm saying that the Boy Scouts have a standard. You must be a biological boy to be a Boy Scout. You have to be a boy to be a Boy Scout. In the name Boy Scouts.
Where is that written? Well, in basic grammar. Only girls can be princesses, only women can be queens, only boys can be princes, and only men can be kings. We all learned this.
I need more time.
No! What are you doing? You do not! Hey! You do not!
You fight time.
You do not take pictures of me! Oh my god!
I'm not ready yet.
Look what you're doing, kid!
The man in the black hoodie had misgendered the person in the blue dress. Apparently, the blue dress is transgender and wanted to be called she, her, and man. So, to drive that point home, the blue dress decided to manhandle the man in the hoodie. How ladylike.
Let me ask you another question, Phoebe.
I need more time.
What bills do you currently pay? Who pays for your accommodation at university?
My student loan.
Well, have you ever paid any bills in your lifetime?
I'm not ready yet.
No.
So you don't know what it's like to be a homeowner and not be able to afford your energy bills and then see some stupid young people throwing
I'm
soup
not
over
ready
a painting in a gallery that has nothing to do with the fact they can't afford to pay their bills. You don't know what it's like to pay a bill, Phoebe, do you?
No, but I have empathy for those people.
I'm
You
not
know,
ready
this-
yet.
The climate crisis is fueled by the cost of living crisis is fueled by the cost of oil crisis. They are both one crisis. So crisis is
I'm
greed
not ready
of our
yet.
government and their billionaire friends.
What do you understand about an ordinary family who can't afford to pay their fuel bills, who needs ordinary fuel to be delivered, but because of green taxation,
I'm not ready yet.
their bills are now so expensive they can't afford them. And if we stop oil, how much more expensive do you think fuel's going to be, Phoebe? Or is it that you just spouting out words that you and your friend think look good? How is it
I
related
need more
to
time.
stopping oil to throw soup over a painting in a gallery? How is that related? How is it helping the poorest people in my country?
So Phoebe and her activist
I need
friends
more
were a
time.
part of a Stop Oil protest. They believed oil was responsible for the inability of the masses to pay their bills. Cool. So what did they do? They went into a museum to
I'm
throw
not
soup
ready
on
yet.
expensive paintings. This got Phoebe some media attention, where she's admitting to not even understanding why she's ruining a person's livelihood. Classic colored head wokie.
I'm not ready yet.
You read these books that are written by men. You have no connection to God. So when you see that, oh, you're going to
I need more time.
sodomy and everything else, but you're basing it all on books that men, white, red, fit men have wrote.
I need more time.
When did all of America's problems become straight white cis
I
men?
need more time.
What, do you want something? I can help you if you want.
Yes. Do you want to take me through there? Do you want to take me through there and show me everything that's going on?
I'm not ready yet.
Do you want to see where we give here? Do you want to see where I personally give people take out people's uteruses? Do you want to see where I personally take out people's uteruses?
I do want to see that.
Oh, okay, good, because I actually do it right around the back alley. If you want to see, yeah, we can go. Want to go check it out?
I mean, we could get the cops to help check that out if you're admitting to doing that, because that's pretty vulgar.
I personally am here to do so much harm.
I'm not
so
ready
much
yet.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting it.
World. I, as a gay person, only want the worst for people. Hello.
Your words, not mine, dude.
I'm not ready yet.
Also, why? I just don't understand. You're literally putting us in harm's way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can somebody call 911? It was
I'm not
so
ready
sad watching him try so hard to intimidate her. Maybe we don't need the cops. Maybe he needs some shame.
How can you come here and tell me there's no such thing as white
I'm
privilege
not
and no
ready
such thing
yet.
as racism?
Easily. There's no such thing as white privilege or racism, so... There's racism, but it's not institutional.
You know what SB 1070 is?
Tell me what it is.
It's basically a law for an officer to pull me over and ask for
I
my
need
papers.
more time.
Okay, well, I think people should be asked for their papers regardless of the skin.
Okay, so there we go. Here's white privilege. Who are they going to ask for the papers? Me or you?
I get asked for papers all the time.
No,
when I
you
get
don't.
pulled over. Hold on a second. First of all, I
I
get
need
asked for my
more
driver's
time.
license all the time when I get pulled over. In fact, every time I get pulled over, I get asked for my driver's license. Do you really think you're being pulled over just because of the color of your skin?
Dude, it's happened many times.
I'm not
Hey,
ready
guess what?
yet.
I get pulled over too.
You're never going to know it because you don't look like me, man. You're never going to know my struggle.
I'm just going to give you a piece of advice. Honestly, you complimented me and Candace Owens. You're looking at the world as a victim. And the evil white man that's trying to crush you, it's a lie. It's a lie that is designed to keep you down. It's a lie that is designed to try and disempower
I
you.
need more
And
time.
white people get pulled over all the time to be asked for their papers. And if a non-citizen does not have their papers, they should be deported from this country if they do not have their papers. So please go ahead.
I need more
Before
time.
you start saying I'm playing that victim thing, I'm never going to call myself a victim, but I'm not blind to the fact that my journey is going to be different than someone that doesn't look like me.
You're right. So you know how it's going to be different? It's going to be easier for you because affirmative
I'm
action
not
laws
ready yet.
benefit people of color above white applicants to certain universities. In Texas, if you try to get Regeneron or monoclonal antibodies, the specific position of the Texas Health and Human
I need
Services
more
is we
time.
only give Regeneron to Hispanic and black people and not to white people. At State Street Capital Advisors, if you want to be a financial manager, you know they're not allowed to hire white people without board permission.
I
That they
need
can hire
more time.
Hispanic people and black people as much as they want. Do you know that United Airlines wants to double the amount of Hispanic and black pilots and try to hire less white pilots? You're right. You and I have it different. The current
I
regime
need more
status
time.
quo is making it easier for you. You have privilege.
Now that is a response. He definitely has some
I need
rethinking
more
to do.
time.
Who knows? Maybe he will become unwoke.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Does anyone else feel super uncomfortable? How brave of this young man.
I'm not ready
if he feels
yet.
like one, to share his pain. It must have been so tough to open his TikTok camera, position his phone, catch it as he fell mid-breakdown. He called on Gen Z.
I need more
you guys
time.
need to get him some help, and quickly.
The U.S. will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border.
All I can say is fuck Donald Trump.
Fuck Donald
I'm not ready.
Period.
Yeah, fuck him.
Period.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're happy he's out because now we don't have someone who thinks like this.
Right. Exactly. Because Donald Trump, he just really, he was the devil. He was the devil.
And it's showing when he says things like this.
Yeah.
So the devil would say things like this.
Exactly.
Would you ever expect our current administration, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, to use this type of language when
I
talking
need more
about
time.
people wanting to come into our country?
No, they wouldn't even do that. They're so they wouldn't do that.
So I want you to read
I
this
need more
headline from
time.
Politico.
I need more time.
Harris blunt message in Guatemala, do not come to the U.S.
I need
she
more
said
time.
that?
Everything I just said was not Donald Trump. It was Kamala Harris.
Oh my God.
Tell me your facts.
Right here.
I need more time.
Read that headline to me.
This reporter played a game where she read part of a speech, and the interviewees guessed which politician said those very words. These two individuals
I'm not
strongly
ready
believed
yet.
it was Trump's words. Well, the woman believed, and the man was a member of the agreeing club. Either way, they were both wrong. Turns out books really shouldn't be judged by their covers, and not everyone is as classy as you think. At least she apologized.
A lot of things will be hard
I
for you
need
to
more
comprehend.
time.
That's why you're in sex work, because you can't offer value in the marketplace. And don't worry, I'm not really talking to you. I'm speaking against you as a symbol.
What?
A symbol of a declining society where people lack value. So the point is this. If you had IQ and skills to offer to the marketplace, you can earn a good income. Being that the most valuable thing about you is something that you never earned. You didn't earn knowledge, you didn't earn skills. It's your breast that you're paid for and your hole.
I'm not
So you
ready.
market that to earn money, which is to say, if I took your brain and placed your brain into a man's body, you would be in poverty.
I'm just good for nothing.
I need
Yep,
more
you
time.
No, you are good for something. That's why you have OnlyFans, and that's my point. Is that's what you're good for.
Oh man, the truth was definitely served cold.
I need more
This
time.
was a classic feminist against man debate. And well, he gave her something to debate while she goes home and lies in bed that night.
Do you think genitals define gender?
I'm not
No.
ready yet.
Why?
You can do, it's your body and your choice, and you can do whatever you want.
So, like, what if I wanted to change my race? Is that okay?
I need more time.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Well, at least she apologized.
So you're saying if you're not,
I'm not
a
ready
woman, then you
yet.
shouldn't have an opinion?
Where does a guy get a right to say what a woman is? Women only know what women are.
Are you a cat?
No.
Can you tell me what a cat is?
I need more time.
This is actually a genuine mistake. I am sorry I even put up there.
You want to tell us what a woman is?
I need
This
more
person
time.
believes that no one outside of a category has the right to define said category. We should ask bread what it actually is. Water too. We just might be wrong. In fact, line up every defined and named entity. We need to ensure we are not dead naming and misgendering.
Do not appreciate being filmed for this.
Oh, he's not filmed. He identifies the camera. we just kind of.
I'm not
glad it's
ready
funny to you.
yet.
It's just very confusing.
Exactly. We are all confused. What do you identify as? A billionaire? A good state? A rational person with common sense?
If someone came up to me and said, I hate white people, I hate you because you're white, did I just experience racism from that?
No.
But if I said those exact same words and twisted the skin color, it would be racist.
Absolutely, 100%.
I did not go through that course of
I'm not ready yet.
who can be racist to each other. Interesting, but I'm
Because
good.
you're white, so.
Oh, because I'm white, I didn't go through the racism course.
Probably not.
Yes or no? Can white people experience racism?
I need more time.
No, by definition, no.
What's the definition?
I would have to Google it really quickly, but.
Do that.
Okay, let me Google this. Interesting. Probably on 5%.
Ugh, not him on 5%. Imagine being the professor of Racism 101,
I need
but
more
needing
time.
to Google the definition. In case you watch this, sir, racism is discrimination and prejudice against people based on their race or ethnicity.
Hello, Navarro.
I need more time.
Lately. What's wrong, Navarro? I think you like a big in your mouth. Ha ha ha. Page 23.
I'm not
This
ready
father
yet.
was complaining about the ridiculous book available at the children's library. While reading the smut published for kids, a member of the school board expressed that his language was inappropriate. Oh no, who would have thought?
You could be with your boyfriend currently, and I waved a
I
magic
need more
wand and I said
time.
you can make $1 million a year and never do it again. Would you?
No.
Okay.
He's used the wands. You can make $1 million a year. You don't have to do, the adult content.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't have to do it. That would be great, but I would still want to do it. I mean, personally, like, I'm an exhibitionist. I love, like, putting my self out there for other people to see, for other people to, like, themselves to have fun with.
Can I ask you a question? Since you're about presenting yourself to the world, do you have a good relationship with your father?
Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
No, I don't talk to him.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Okay, show of hands. Who else was expecting her answer?
Right. Well, my counter to that is that we shouldn't really be seeing the world in black and white. And a woman it's more than what meets the eye for a definition.
No, it's not. No, we should see the world through male and female. Yeah.
Why?
Well, why? Because I live in reality.
What will it be?
Not in Narnia or some sort of weird created academic abstract space that doesn't exist.
So, why shouldn't a person be socially welcome to identify with gender outside of the binary?
Well, anyone can pretend to be something they're not, but that doesn't make them the thing that they're not. Can I be black?
No.
Oh, but why can't I
Come
socially
back
become
if you
black?
need
Blackface, right? I can pretend, wear camouflage, masquerade as something that I'm not, right? How's that different than a trans person?
Race and gender are two completely separate things. They have nothing to do with each other, and the existence of being transgender does not imply the existence of being transracial.
So you can pretend to say that you have ovaries when you don't, but you can't put makeup on to pretend to be a black person.
What transgender women are claiming to have ovaries?
There's lots of men that pretend to have ovaries. In fact, the CDC guidance says right now that men can chest feed. Do you think men can chest feed?
We'll give him a minute
Ne
to
yapacağım?
gather his thoughts.
Onamo svi, govori.
soul.
Ajde pa gaci, sve živet ćemo u mraku, sve ćemo da ugasimo, sve ćemo da ajde.
A woman is
Govori.
someone who
Ne no, kako ti ne smije?
identifies as one.
Answer the question without saying the word woman.
Otvori malo.
You can't say the word woman. That's not circular reason.
te
Saying a
radi?
tree is something that looks like a
Vazduh.
So I'll ask you.
Kakav vazduh, čitavu noć stoji prozor tvoj. Treba i da. Jesi, vazduh je život.
A lifestyle, a aligned characteristics, not necessarily your chromosomes or your genitals.
So someone who just wears a dress. So what you are doing is you are reducing womanhood to a costume.
And Mike dropped, but hold on, he still has more to say, it would seem.
No, so are you suggesting that like
Nice.
pretending to be a woman, but then when she gets home she starts acting like a man?
No, delusional in every part of life. I understand that, but that doesn't mean they're not delusional. Masquerade is something that I'm not, right?
Exhibitionist. I love like putting my self out there for other people to see, for other people to like, you know, themselves to have fun with.
Can I ask you a question? Since you're about presenting yourself to the world, do you have a good relationship with your father?
Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
No, I don't talk to him.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Okay, show of hands. Who else was expecting her answer?
Right. Well, my counter to that is that we shouldn't really be seeing the world in black and white. And a woman it's more than what definition.
Yes.
No, we should see the world through male and female. Yeah.
Why?
Well, why? Because I live in reality, not in Narnia or some sort of weird created academic abstract space that doesn't exist.
So, why shouldn't a person be socially welcome to identify with gender outside of the binary?
Well, anyone can pretend to be something they're not, but that doesn't make them the thing that they're not. Can I be black?
No.
Oh, but why can't I socially become black? Blackface, right? I can pretend, wear camouflage, masquerade as something that I'm not, right? How's that different than a trans person?
Race and gender are two completely separate things. They have nothing to do with each other, and the existence of being transgender does not imply the existence of being transracial.
So you can pretend to say that you have ovaries you don't, put makeup on, pretend to be a black person.
What transgender women are claiming to have ovaries?
There's lots of men that pretend to have ovaries. In fact, the CDC guidance says right now that men can chest feed. Do you think men can chest feed?
I need more time.
We'll give him a minute to gather his thoughts.
That's not the sole criterion for
I'm not
so
ready
let me
yet.
ask you a question. What is a woman?
A woman is someone who identifies as.
I need more
Answer
time.
the question without saying the word woman. You can't say the word woman. That's called circular reasoning. It's like saying a tree is something that looks like a tree. So I'll ask again, what is a woman?
I need more time.
A woman is a person who lives a lifestyle aligned with feminine characteristics, not necessarily
I'm not
your
ready
chromosomes or your genitals.
So someone who just wears a dress. So what you are doing is you are reducing womanhood to a costume.
And Mike dropped, but hold on, he still has
There you go.
it would seem.
Eat that cock, fucking mullet.
So, are you suggesting that, like, a transgender woman goes about her day pretending to be a woman, but then when she gets home, she starts acting like a man?
No, delusional
I'm
in
not
every
ready
part of
yet.
life. But that doesn't mean they're not delusional. There's a series of mental conditions where you could pretend to be a wolf. Can you be trans-species too? Does your own mental
I need
condition
more
dictate
time.
external reality? Yes or no?
Not necessarily.
Okay, then why do you believe that a
I need
biological
more
man
time.
can become something that he is not because he thinks it?
Because gender is not interchangeable with sex.
I'm not
right.
ready
So there are
yet.
zero genders. There are only two sexes. Gender is a made-up term that started in the academy in the 1960s, talking about sex, which is the only thing that actually can be proven and that matters.
I need
X,
more
X,
time.
X, Y. I will ask the question again. Why is it that a man can suddenly become a dress and could be treated exactly the same
I'm not
as
ready
a
yet.
woman that is biologically, not just biologically different, but somebody has a different brain, a different hormonal system, menstruate, have children. I'll be very honest with you.
I'm not
It
ready
is
yet.
so unbelievably insulting to women to have men have to lecture that all it takes is some weird dude with testosterone can put makeup on, wear a thong and a dress, and he suddenly becomes a woman. Here's at the essence of the issue, is that no matter how much surgery you do, no matter how many drugs you take, you don't stop being the thing that you were born. You don't get to determine your reality by a stroke of the will.
I need more time.
I don't deny for a second that the trans person thinks that they are. Certain people think that they're younger than they are. Some people think they're taller than they are. Some people
I'm
think
not
they're
ready
richer
yet.
than they are. Some people think they're innocent when they're not, like Bob Menendez. There's plenty of delusional people in this world. It's up for society to say no to the
I need
delusional
more
and
time.
yes to reality. It is for us to not allow us to be reigned under the tyranny of somebody's imagination. You have a response and then we'll wrap it up.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I'm not going to put you on the spot. I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's done now. It looks like it, but he didn't cry. He was just
I
at a
need more
major loss
time.
for words. Let's hope he learns from this experience.
And so I'm going to ask you, you said that people need this stuff so they can live happier lives and potentially it'd be life-saving, you said even. Aside from your anecdotes of your friends who told you so, how do you know that?
Okay, so thinking back to when I was
I'm not
16 in an
ready
anatomy class, when I learned that transgender people tend to have the brain structure that confirms their identity that they identify with. And you can look that up.
I'm
I
not
will
ready
look
yet.
that up.
Yeah, it's fact.
I will
It's
look that
fact.
up, but I won't find it.
Yeah.
It's not a fact.
Oh,
It's not a fact.
should be. I'll pull out Google really quick. Look.
So you're saying a trans man has the
I'm
brain
not
of a
ready
woman?
yet.
No.
Notice how it took her a few moments to even understand the terms used in the question. A 16-year-old was
I'm
taught
not
that
ready
people's
yet.
brains differ from their assigned gender. Guess what that 16-year-old is? A liar.
And where did you get that from?
Look it up.
I need more
It's
time.
literally, I'm telling you, I learned it from my anatomy class when I was 16. And I looked up the facts before I walked up here because I knew that you would ask.
I'm not ready yet.
That's not true, but it also doesn't answer the question. So let's try to stay focused on
I'm
one
not ready yet.
false claim at a time if we can, so we might get bogged down.
Okay.
The drugs we give to kids for puberty blockers, so-called puberty blockers, originally are cancer drugs used to
I
treat
need more time.
prostate cancer. They're also used to chemically castrate sex offenders and child rapists. Now we give them to physically healthy kids. You're saying that we need to do that or they will die. And so one last time I'm going to ask you, what evidence do you have of that remarkable claim?
I'm not ready yet.
I don't think I claimed that every child would benefit from that.
No, I didn't say you did.
Okay.
You said
no,
puberty
you
blockers
did.
are
You did.
you said
I'm not
puberty blockers
ready
are
yet.
life-saving. What
I
evidence
said
do you have for it?
they can be.
So
The
how do you
evidence
know?
is the encounters with patients who have had these procedures done, and it has saved
I'm
their.
not ready yet.
I don't want to say it saved their lives, but it has made their lives better. I can't confirm whether or not they're alive right this second, but there are children that it has helped. So
I'm not
what do
ready
you have
yet.
to say for the happy trans community who has benefited from these procedures? That's my
I
question
guess what I
for
have
you.
to say is that your entire question is built on a whole stack of false premises that you,
I
that you
need
can't
more
begin
time.
to even remotely defend. So it's a faulty question from the start. I reject your premise. I
I'm not
absolutely
ready
reject that there are any kids who need to be chemically castrated in order to be happy.
Okay, let's.
I reject that.
Yes, walk away, anatomy girl.
I need more
Well,
time.
there I was thinking it was just me that had a problem, but turns out it's the air conditioning that's sexist.
I know. So many women in our office have the exact same problem. You know, we just sit there absolutely freezing at our desks trying to type. You can probably tell I've got a cold right now, which I blame all on the AC.
And so it's just so actually quite nice to see this research. It's just such a relief to know that there's actually proof that this is happening, that women, you know, do feel the cold more than men, and that the AC in offices is normally regulated more for a male's temperature than a woman's. As an explanation for these constant battles you'll see in offices right across the country between the sexes for control of their office thermostat. Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, one of the biggest problems is that often in offices it is men who control temperatures. You know, that's just something I've found anecdotally. And because majority of the men in offices seem to be absolutely fine with the temperatures, you know, women kind of just sit there in the corner feeling absolutely frozen.
This interview went on and on about how uncomfortable it is to be in an air-conditioned office, how women couldn't dress fashionably to work because the temperature dropped. Man, what horrible work conditions. Just wanted to show that shade of delusion. Now to the next Wokey.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
Again, stop one protesters who decide to honor innocent citizens rather than actually try to start the change they would like to see. Well, this time the provoked citizen had a little time on his hands, so he sprayed them with a liquid. Too bad he didn't have pepper spray on hand.
Still have the choice. Ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
I'm not ready yet.
To the child inside her body.
What about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah, which is up there.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the services in the United States.
Child services? It's her body, though.
Yeah, it's her body.
She wants to do meth? What's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I need more time.
Another stumble. Isn't abortion intentional, mister? If you keep them talking for a while, the script runs out and the truth flows.
I'm not ready
Hello.
yet.
I had a statement to say. You were banned on Twitter or whatever because you dead named somebody. I just wanted to say that two wrongs does
I
not
need
make a
more
right.
time.
It's not right that you were deplatformed. I don't think anybody should be deplatformed for saying anything. I fully believe in freedom of speech. But I mean, I wasn't so happy with you. You seemed kind of proud about, not proud, but it just seemed wrong to you that you were dead naming somebody. I get it. You know, if it was a mistake, that's fine.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't? Okay, well, okay, then you're proud of it. That does not make it right. I think as generations go on, we become more accepting to things. And I think that even if you don't like somebody, it's not a good idea to normalize dead naming.
Yeah, so can you explain our audience
I
what
need
is dead
more
naming?
time.
You probably
Dead
know it better than I do.
Is when somebody transitions and they choose a new name conforming to their gender. So if their name was Lisa before and they changed it to Jack, if you called them Lisa before that, or Lisa
I'm not
after
ready
they
yet.
transition, that is dead naming.
What's wrong with that?
I think it's very wrong because I have a lot of trans friends, and if they were dead named, it would be, I mean, shattering to them because
I need more
it's
time.
something that is so personal to them. What?
Shattering?
Yes. Yes. I mean, it's who they are now. People don't
I'm not
transition
ready
just
yet.
for the hell of it, you know? It's a very personal thing to them. They don't do it to appeal to the other gender or whatnot.
This pro-trans student decided to lecture the
I'm
speaker
not ready
Charlie
yet.
Kirk and the audience about the shattering effects of calling someone by their birth name. Charlie has actually been banned from X because he tweeted a biography of a trans woman and began by talking
I'm
about
not
the man
ready
this
yet.
trans woman used to be.
Well, let's think about it. Isn't it part of their biography? Can you really erase history and act as if that wasn't your name for a while? For example, it was
I need
was
more time.
another name than Rachel Levine.
Well, why do names matter so much? I mean, it's what you want to be called. It's just a title for you.
But it's part of your biography, right? It's a fact that a man who now thinks he's a woman had a
I'm
family,
not
got
ready
married,
yet.
and then magically decided to no longer be a man. I was talking facts, so your problem would be with telling the biography?
After
I need more
describing the
time.
importance of accepting new names, she goes on to tell us how names barely even matter. Ma'am, you seem confused.
Well, I mean, it's
I'm
not
not
that,
ready yet.
It's not as deep as you think it is. It's just somebody, it's them now. And it's just being respectful.
Oh, okay, but it's being respectful by not
I
being able
need
to
more
act as if
time.
they were something that they weren't. Isn't their whole identity in being no longer what they were? So it
No,
should shatter
that's
them.
not their
It should be
entire
empower them.
No,
Because how do they call themselves trans if it's not their whole identity?
Well, they don't, people don't go out saying, guess what, I'm trans.
Yeah, they do.
That's Twitter.
I'm not
That's
ready
Twitter.
yet.
I can guarantee you.
And
I went,
TikTok and most campuses and the
Well,
trans groups and the
no.
trans flag and the trans
No,
parade and the
I
trans
have
music and the trans stuff. People say they're trans all
I
the time.
need more
If
time.
the change is not part of their identity, then why do they call themselves trans?
well, I mean, it's just a title. Everybody, like, our society is more, we want titles
I need
for
more
just
time.
about everything.
I agree. So I don't accept the title, and I should have a right not to accept it.
Well, everybody has a right to be respected. They haven't done any
I'm
wrong.
not
No,
ready
you
yet.
don't have a right to be respected. You have a right to speak. You have to earn respect in a decent society.
I'm not ready yet.
I just want to, I think you're being sincere in this regard, but why, so let's just take gender affirming care or
I'm not
whatever you want
ready
to call it,
yet.
right?
Yes.
So affirming someone's mental delusion where they think they're a man or a woman, why is that the appropriate line of treatment? For example, do we give liposuction to people that are anorexic?
Well, no, I mean, I think.
No, because we know better. We know it's going to harm them, and we love that person.
No,
So that's not medicine. That would be torture. A biography should not be eliminated because someone demands respect. For example, I can say that Muhammad Ali used to be called Cassius Clay, part of his life. And then he found Islam, and he decided to be called something else. And all of a sudden you get this rancor and this uproar that somehow I'm being hateful and no longer worthy of a Twitter platform because I said a fact that Levine had a name and a family and was a man and then claims he's a woman. If all of a sudden history and facts can be erased, we are dangerously approaching a 1984 dystopian world control scenario that I don't think any of us should entertain. Final thoughts?
Okay, to wrap it up, my point was basically just I think it's better to normalize or not normalize, but like not put out that it's okay to do these types of things. I think it's just general human respect. I think we just all need to become more accepting, and we don't really need to,
Got it. And so my opinion is 180. We have clarity, not agreement. I'm not going to accept mental delusions with force.
Same, Kirk. The freedom we chant can not only belong to one party.
Not bad.
When the wind doesn't blow, when we had really cold days, we were reliant on importing from the EU on coal and on gas. How are we going to replace that in the short term?
Quite frankly, I'm not a scientist. What I am doing is listening to what all the experts are saying. We're living in this insane world where the experts aren't being listened to.
Anything breaks.
This is a vibrant purple stop oil activist.
It's time to pick a side. We don't have time to waste anymore.
Why were you arrested?
Just sitting down with my friends after they painted a building. I didn't do anything. I sat on a pavement, and now I've got a bit of orange paint on me, and apparently that's a crime now.
Ja.
Seth,
of a painting or the protection of our planet and people.
Right. Scared, innocent, kid, fighting for the future.
United Nations has called for no more oil and gas. The International Energy Agency has said we can have no new oil and gas. The IPCC report, the largest global report on the climate crisis, have all said we can have no new oil and gas. How many more experts need to say it?
Because we can't do it tomorrow. What are we going to do in terms of transport? That we still need petrol for cars and we need diesel for lorries. How are we going to get goods into supermarkets? Energy.
And it's preventable.
Energy,
we have the solution.
Cheap energy is one of the things that has hugely extended life expectancy by the ability to control temperatures, whether this is by air conditioning or by heating, the ability to store food more effectively, the ability to transport food, and indeed use fertilizers to grow more food, has all been essential in increasing life expectancy. Taking all that away would be disastrous for life expectancy.
Do you know what's essential in keeping our food supply? Tackling the climate crisis. This year we lost a third of our wheat crops, half of our potato crops, and it's only going to get worse. We're heading to a future where people are going to be fighting over the last loaves of bread at Lidl.
But the only way we get our wheat crop is by putting the fertilizers on that come from fossil fuels. How are we going to replace that? That the productivity of organic farming is so much lower than of modern farming methods. We cannot feed the world on organic farming. And you must know that.
Jacob, you have 6 children? Do you not care about their future? Do you not care about them being able to feed themselves? Because right now, under this government's policies, your 6 children are heading towards a future that is filled with life-threatening extreme weather events, crop failures, famine, war. Suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
I think you've taken the evidence for an evolving climate and then applied it in an extraordinarily extreme way and are forgetting about the enormous advantages.
I can't believe you're talking to me about an evolving climate.
Well, the climate is...
People are dying.
But this is
Do you know how many people are suffering around the world?
What evidence is there that this is because we're using fossil fuels, that the climate evolves, but more people die each year from cold than from heat, as you know?
Have you read the IPCC report? What do you mean? What science?
But in terms, you're making extreme claims, but you're suggesting by not using fossil fuels, we would not produce the food we need to feed the world population.
I'm suggesting that if we keep on heading down this genocidal path of mass destruction,
Lobos Eve. Welcome to my channel.
Oh no.
Best viewers on paper.com mm.
then no, there won't be any foods in the supermarket. Then we will see vast swathes of the world uninhabitable. We will see mass displacement of people.
But if you took out fossil fuels tomorrow...
This entire interview mirrored the patient grandfather trying to explain why trees are green to his hyperactive granddaughter. She claimed to only be listening to and acting on expert opinions. Her ears must not be working this time.
But there are differences between men and women. This is a strange position to be in, to be arguing for something that is so universally and widely accepted within biology. What is not as widely accepted is that culture is also evolutionary, but I'm going to argue that biology and culture are both evolutionary. Let's look at differences between men and women that are explicitly anatomical and physiological. Are men taller than women on average? Does anyone take offense at that fact? Are you
There's always a standout.
So I would say you could be irritated by it. You could be irritated by the fact that women have to be the ones to gestate and lactate. You could be irritated by a lot of truths. But taking offense is a response that is rejection of reality. So men and women are different on height. They're different on muscle mass. They're different on where fat is deposited on our bodies, right? Our brains are also different. So there.
Security. This is what happens. Oh, did they shut off the volume? Can you hear? Can everybody hear?
If words trigger you so much, maybe you shouldn't attend a speech given by people with views that are different from yours. Just stick to the colorful side of X.
All right, well, we're going to raise our voices. The conversation's going to go on.
See? Truth always wins.
I'm just wondering if you'd like to go down on a list saying you're willing to take the refugees into your home.
Only problem is I rent.
You rent?
Yeah.
Maybe an issue?
Yeah, because they've got, well, they put 9 beds.
Okay. So, same spawn. Eller? Oh god. Let me shoot myself in the foot. Quite bad. Trash. Gotta take a piss. Meu? Eu? I think they burned out too much. Now the boss is dead. Really? Yeah, I wouldn't go in there if I were you. Yeah, they immediately ran away. Motherfucker. If no, no. Not the slugs. Oh, Hunter skilled one. Interesting.
Bedrooms in a 4-bedroom house, so we're pretty much.
So, to actually adopt the refugee and take them into your home?
Oh!
Had any space?
Wouldn't be
Right.
a nice place to bring them because
Yeah.
it's a bit overcrowded.
Right.
But yes, if I had the space, definitely.
Thank you very much for that, love. Pop one into your home.
I live in a rental place, so I can't.
Rental.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
Someone else's job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
You can't take.
It's kind of interesting. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat something.